because you're committed to, however it might be phrased, the closing the gaps or the better service to our students, and particularly our students who are variously labeled at risk or in other ways not terribly likely to follow the traditional patterns. You know that most of the progress we're likely to make in this state will come as a result of relatively open access institutions, especially the community colleges. And you know that it's a tough job. I thank you for being here, for being committed to it. As I said, my goal was to sit in the back and observe and take notes, especially the notes from the hard questions that I'm counting on you asking the panelists. I've got some wild ideas that I'm trying to formulate that might be associated with our giving away some money later, so I'll throw that out as a little extra incentive for you to pay close attention to folks. I asked Dr. Middlestat to give me just a little bit of his background, and he summarized it, I think, very well. He said he started at Richland College when the college was being formulated, created, and has been president for 28 years. And I said he and Diana Natalicio represent, I think, the epitome of commitment to an institution, leadership, devotion to excellence, devotion to serving the people that the institution serves. And so I'm looking forward to hearing his remarks. But at this point, I want to introduce Dr. Brian Cole from the Ed Leadership Program at Texas A&M and a Baldrige committee member. And I have to admit I do not know Dr. Cole very well, so I'm looking forward to that part of the process as well. And Dr. Cole, we'll let you take it from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe, very much, and welcome to everyone, both here and virtually. Hopefully we have a number of folks around the state who are tuning in by the internet. That's been set up by the coordinating board here. By way of introduction, I think I was selected to serve as the moderator today, given my work with the Quality Texas Foundation for a number of years. Both Steve and I serve on the board of directors for that group, have been a Baldrige examiner for a number of years, and work with a number of institutions throughout the state, both in higher education and K-12, in implementing the Baldrige criteria. So I'm delighted to be here today, and also want to acknowledge Bill Denny. Bill, raise your hand over here. Bill is Chief Executive Officer of the Quality Texas Foundation, and for those of you who are not familiar with that foundation or its work, it is in place to serve the needs of organizations throughout the state, education, private industry, healthcare, government, in their Baldrige journey. And we have a quality program at the state level similar to the national level Baldrige program, and you'll get the benefit of hearing about both of those, given that Richland College is a recipient of the Quality Texas Award in 2005, and then following immediately on the footsteps there with their awarding as the Baldrige at the national level. So, Steve, I think that's fairly unique in and of itself to hit a state award and then a Baldrige level award, a national level, just running back to back on each other like that. So we'll introduce them momentarily. As way of introduction, though, I wanted to share with you a little bit of background about the Baldrige. Hopefully you found a copy of the presentation in your packet there. For those coming to us on the internet, hopefully you can view this via the internet as we go through this. So I just want to give you just a brief background of the Baldrige. First of all, the Baldrige has three important roles. That is the criteria, three important roles. First of all, to help improve organizational performance, practices, its capabilities, and results. The primary thrust behind the Baldrige is to enable organizations to look at the way they are organized, the way they support their staff, the way they look at their students, in our case, their other stakeholders, and how they align their processes to enable them to actually accomplish what it is they're trying to accomplish. So an overall point here is the Baldrige criteria presents and provides a best practices, if you will, research-based criteria by which organizations can self-assess where they are in light of those best practices. Now, it's important to recognize that the criteria is not prescriptive. It doesn't tell you how to do it. Rather, it enumerates for you a number of best practices and then asks you to self-assess how you do or what you do in light of those practices and in light of your mission and how you go about accomplishing your mission. A second role is to facilitate communication and sharing of the best practices among U.S. organizations. And Steve and his leadership team that are with us today are certainly examples of that. One of the major points of the Baldrige is that organizations who win the Baldrige are challenged to go on and share with other organizations their journey, their lessons learned, so that collaboratively and collectively we can all improve and get better and really meet the needs of our clients much more effectively. A third role is to serve as a diagnostic tool for understanding and managing performance and for guiding organizational planning and opportunities for learning. The idea behind the Baldrige in this third point is, as a result of the self-assessment, is to determine what your strengths are, determine where you have opportunities for improvement, and then identify ways to move forward in meeting those opportunities for improvement and improving your capacity to meet your client requirements. With respect to the education criteria, because there are multiple criteria, there are criteria for business, for healthcare, and education. The criteria, however, are all based on the same key best practices. They have been sort of tailorized, if that's a good word, for each of the respective sectors. Obviously, the terminology and so forth and the business criteria speak to more business kinds of things, whereas in the education, it's more in line with what we're about in education. But keep in mind that all of the criteria, education, healthcare, and business, are all based on the very same research-based best practices. It provides with a systems integrated approach to organizational performance and management. You know, so often when we put things into place for improvement, they might be what we refer to as random acts of improvement. That is, they're nice things and they're good and they're positive, but they may or may not align to and really help move the organization forward. So part of the Baldrige's effort is to provide a framework where folks can better align their improvements so that they have more of a synergistic effect and not just a local impact. Part of this is the delivery of ever-improving value to students and other stakeholders, and enabling us through the evaluation and through the identification of strengths and opportunities for improvement to really provide better services. And then, as we mentioned, the improvement of overall organizational effectiveness, and then organizational and personal learning. This aspect of organizational learning is a very, very important piece. As all of y'all know, in today's complex environment, we all work in very complex organizations. And it's not enough for individuals just to learn and come back and to put things into place. Rather, you have to pull teams together to really understand and look at key organizational practices to know how that organization is really functioning and if the practices that were put into place before are still performing at the level they need to be performing and accomplishing what indeed they're supposed to be accomplishing. So part of the framework provides a wonderful opportunity as part of that assessment to do organizational learning in addition to individual learning so that as an organization you're really moving forward and continuing to improve. Some other aspects of it, it's a way to start building a systems approach. Again, looking at the organization from a systems approach so that we're not looking at it in ways that we have a lot of pieces out there, but how those pieces can in fact work together synergistically and create more value for the organization and for the clients. It's very helpful as a guide for strategic planning. One of the categories is devoted to this. There's a framework for continuous improvement. A major component here is the identification of your performance improvement system. and how, in fact, you go about identifying those improvements, and then how you go about, in fact, making those improvements. It provides a method for sustained competitiveness, and while education has not traditionally thought of itself as being in a competitive environment, we all know that we are today. There are multiple aspects out there today in terms of vying for that student, and as technology increases, that will become even more so. So our ability to better meet our students' needs and to provide them with rich experiences is a key aspect with respect to our competitiveness today and in the future. And then the Baldrige also provides a common framework or language for folks to use to both for internal communication as well as for external benchmarking. So as we're looking for best practices around the country in the context of the Baldrige, they're easily identified within that language, and we know how they may or may not be able to help us. Just a quick comment on Baldrige and accreditation. We all know that we go through accreditation process. That's something that we in higher education have lived with for many years. And of course, Southern Association is our regional accrediting agency. Many of us also have disciplinary accrediting agencies. But I've found it to be very interesting that in the last 5 to 10 years, that the accrediting agencies, to include Southern Association, but especially North Central, have really aligned their assessments or their institutional assessment programs and their accrediting models to be very closely aligned to what is the Baldrige model. Many similarities that you can see here. There are self-studies associated with both. There are self-assessments associated with both. There are peer reviews in that if you go through the application process, you have an opportunity to be reviewed either at the state level through the Quality Texas program or at the national level with the Baldrige program, to be reviewed by quality experts in our sector to look at and evaluate how we're doing and then to give appropriate feedback. If you advance in the process on the state level and the national level, you also get the opportunity of a site review. And of course, we're all used to those with respect to our accreditation process. And at some level, then, we're all part of the results that come from those in terms of recommendations, in terms of our strengths, as well as our opportunities for improvement. I think it's noteworthy that Richland College, as the first and still only community college in the country that has received the National Baldrige Award, that they use this process, and Steve, I'm sure one of his staff will talk about it, use this process as a basis for piloting the Southern Association QEP, the Quality Enhancement Plan. And through their process and utilizing that, they received 0 recommendations. Now, I'm not sure if any of you guys have been out there before and not received any recommendations, but I think that's fairly unique, Steve. You guys are going to be congratulated on that. So, again, I think it validates the process of the Baldrige because of the similarity between the accreditation process and the Baldrige. My personal and professional sense is that the Baldrige actually provides a more comprehensive, systematic approach and goes beyond what the accreditation actually does, so that you really do have a much richer performance management tool there, and that's probably a lot of the reason that you guys didn't have any recommendations, because it really takes you beyond accreditation. A quote out of the 2000 revisions to the Southern Association Standard. The SACS revised standard states the institution has developed an acceptable quality enhancement plan, and most, if not all of you, are familiar with that. That includes a broad-based institutional process that identifies key issues emerging from your institutional assessment. It focuses on learning outcomes and/or the environment supporting student learning and accomplishing the mission of the institution. It demonstrates institutional capability for the initiation, implementation, and completion of the QEP. It includes broad-based involvement of institutional constituencies, the key stakeholders in that process, and identifies goals and a plan of assessment for the achievement of that plan. You know, that just goes right down the criteria. I think a very important way to think about the Baldrige criteria is that it is mutually compatible with the accreditation and does not need to be viewed as a separate activity. So as we go through the presentations today, I hope you'll be on the lookout for how this process may indeed be helpful to you in the accreditation process. Pardon me. The performance excellence criteria, by the way, the Baldrige criteria is referred to, if you're not familiar with it, as the Baldrige criteria for performance excellence. It was began in 1987 by the Department of Commerce at the national level, and was named in honor of Malcolm Baldrige, who had been the Secretary of Commerce up until a recent accident, a horse accident that he passed away from. So it was in honor of him, and that's where the name comes from. But over the years, the National Institute for Science and Technology at the national level, and many of the states, like Texas has the Quality Texas program, have state-level programs that are used to help organizations to understand, analyze, and improve themselves by using the criteria. The criteria is directed toward results. As we mentioned earlier, it is non-prescriptive and very adaptable. There are some language issues in there that take some time to sort of get used to, but both the Texas criteria and the Baldrige criteria, which are very well aligned, do an excellent job of operationally defining those terms and helping you to understand them and their application to your particular setting. It supports a systems perspective to maintaining goal organizational alignment, and how indeed in today's era of accountability and limited resources, we can better utilize those resources to really achieve what we're being held accountable for and should be providing. And then it supports a goal-based diagnosis. Some have referred to this as the Mayo Clinic of Organizational Effectiveness, or organizational examinations. So we all know the reputation of the Mayo Clinic in terms of healthcare, and certainly the Baldrige criteria provides that for organizational effectiveness as well. There are three major components to the criteria. There are 11 core values. There's the actual criteria that we'll talk about just very briefly here, which includes an organizational profile, a series of questions, and then there's the actual evaluation system where you have independent examiners to review your application, to provide input to you, to conduct a site visit if you move that far along the process, and to provide then you with their perspective of your strengths and your opportunities for improvement. The system is built sort of like on this pyramid here. You have 11 core values which serve as the foundation. Out of that then there are 7 categories, and we'll briefly talk about those in a moment. There are 18 items within those categories, and there are 32 areas to address. So as you move from the 7 categories down to the items and questions to be answered, you move to a level of specificity that really challenges organizations to better understand, analyze, and develop strategies for improving their organization. The core values, of course, are the foundation of the criteria, and these are the 11 core values. We won't take time this morning to spend on these. They're very well articulated in the criteria. They're an excellent point of departure for an organization to examine their own core values and to see to what extent there's alignment between their core values and these. It's not to say that you have to have these 11 as your core values. Again, the criteria are not prescriptive. Rather, these core values are what the criteria are based on, and fundamentally determine that these are in fact best practices for high-performing organizations. Mentioned briefly the organizational profile. This is sort of a first step in that the criteria ask you as an organization to really identify, to describe your organization and to identify what are those key challenges for you. Typically within this, you're identifying what your key plans are, who your key clients are, what are your key processes, what are your key measures, what are your key challenges that you have. So this provides a context, if you will, within which for you and the rest of the organization to conduct the self-assessment. It also provides a context within which the examiners can determine how they need to look at the organization. and it provides an excellent starting point for the organizational assessment. These are the 7 categories: leadership, strategic planning, student and stakeholder and market focus, measurement, analysis, and knowledge management, workforce, that is your human resources, process management, and results. And at first blush, you're probably saying, well, that's just common sense. And I would agree, it is just common sense. I think the uniqueness of the Baldrige criteria is the way they have developed over a long period of time, now for some 20 years, what in fact are best practices with respect to organizational effectiveness and motivating our people with respect to each of these categories, and then how do these categories fit together? How do they work as an integrated management system to better serve the institution and its clients? This is a graphic out of the criteria which tries to relate that system's perspective and the interdependence between and among those 7 categories. And again, we could spend a lot of time on that, but it is in the criteria, and we just want to give you just a quick overview today and let Steve and his folks really flesh out the details. As one example, each of the categories presents a brief description of what's expected in that category. You can see it here for the leadership piece. Then you have the 2 items of organizational leadership and governance and social responsibility within that category. And then the bullets under each one of those outline the key elements of each of those items. So that within each category, this is the way they're laid out. And then along with that, there are multiple questions associated with those items and with that category that really cause an organization to have to think through where it is with respect to those best practices that are identified in the criteria. They also provide excellence indicators. Again, these are varied depending upon the organization, but in general, these are some things that the criteria is looking for. Is your organization evidencing strong commitment to customers or clients? Is there good communication about leadership of the direction that you're going to take, good citizenship, so forth? And here are a few others: legal and ethical behavior. To what extent is that evident? How is that communicated? Just very quickly now, the criteria take you through really 4 steps. It asks you to identify with respect to each of the items, what is your approach? Have you identified an approach to these best practices? And certainly it's not expected that all institutions will have addressed all items. That's not realistic. But with respect to your mission, your vision, your client needs, what's important to you as an organization, have you identified an approach or developed a plan to meet those objectives? And then secondly, how well are you deploying that plan? And you can see, for those of you familiar with the Plan, Do, Study, Act method, this method mirrors that and follows that. Deployment refers to the extent to which your plans are in fact applied to the relevant areas. And then it's asking you to look at your results in light of your effectiveness of your implementation. And then you're also looking at learning and integration. So there are really 5 concepts there: your approach, your deployment, what results you're getting, and then what organizational learning is going on as a result of the feedback and learning cycles and improvement cycles that you have, and then how are you integrating this, that is, across all 7 categories, so that as you're identifying some aspect of improvement, you're actually ensuring that it is effectively addressed in all 7 of the categories for that integrative piece. This is just very quickly some of the findings from the Baldrige in terms of the quality of the organization. The scoring criteria on the Baldrige enable you to look at the maturity of your organization in terms of its performance level, all the way from really not having even any approaches identified to, you can see the last one down there, where you have solid, systematic approaches that are well deployed with strong, sustained performance over time. So again, the criteria provides you ways of assessing this so you really know where you are, and again, where your strengths are and what your opportunities for improvements are. Some possible next steps for you are identified here. Certainly within our state, the Quality Texas Foundation, headquartered at the Bill Priest Institute in Dallas, is a major resource, and I have in your handouts there their website. Obviously, the Baldrige website and criteria are very helpful. There's lots of training out there that's available. Many institutions and organizations are very helpful in this regard. And I've often found that there are many private industries and businesses who have been doing this for years that are very open and receptive to helping universities and public schools to begin their Baldrige journey. And then here are a few of those resources available to assist you. So with that very quick overview, I'd like now to introduce Dr. Middlestead and his folks for both the audience here and the audience by the internet. We'll be taking questions at the end of each presentation, and then we have a last part this afternoon set aside for that purpose. For those of you who are joining us by the internet, you have the opportunity to email questions in, and those will be passed to us, and then we'll integrate those with the questions from the folks here as we move forward. Now, I might also mention, do we have any for Northwest Vista from San Antonio College here? Okay, well, Northwest Vista, part of the San Antonio Community College District, just this year received the Quality Texas Award. So they're on your heels, Steve, ready to move ahead, and we're very proud of them as well. So there are lots of good role models out there for us. Let me introduce now Dr. Steve Middlestead. Dr. Middlestead and his Thunder Ducks, which is their mascot, and I'll let you tell about the Thunder Ducks here. Dr. Middlestead has been president, as Joe pointed out, for many years now, and they're going to share with us their quality journey in terms of the Quality Texas Award and the Baldrige Award, and having had the opportunity to review their application several times before and to work with Steve and his folks, you're in for a real treat today. So Head Thunder Duck, come on up and let's hear from you.
Thank you, Brian. I'm delighted to be here, and on behalf of the students, faculty, and staff of Richland College and all the Dallas County community colleges, and including my colleagues here from Richland College that you'll have the pleasure of meeting this afternoon, I'm delighted to add my welcome to you here in the audience and to the people who have tuned in through the webcast all across our state and beyond. I'm looking forward to our spending the day with you, and thank you, Brian, for this wonderful overview. Let me give you an overview of the presentation, my part of it right now. First of all, we will talk a little bit about the culture of high performance, and this requires more technical expertise than I have. Kay Eggleston, our Vice President for Institutional Effectiveness, is demonstrating why she is the Vice President of Institutional Effectiveness. She caused those ducks to fly across the screen. A culture of high performance, I'll give you a little bit of a profile of Richland College so that we know a little bit more about the institution, and to talk about our performance excellence model. As Brian pointed out, Baldrige and the Texas Award is not a prescriptive kind of thing, and so this is a performance excellence model that we have developed, and we offer that to give you some sense of whether that might make sense to you or not. And actually, this is something that we've benchmarked several times, including from St. Luke's Hospital in Kansas, which is a Baldrige recipient. So that shows how we share these things back and forth. And then some lessons to share. So that's the overview. First of all, how do you find out if you are a high-performing organization? And we have always thought of ourselves as a high-performing organization, and then we applied to Texas Quality and later to Baldrige, and we found out that we had a very high opinion of ourselves and had a long way to go here. So what's in it for you is that there is a proven method for performance improvement, and one of the most important things is you get this marvelous feedback from this review team, whether you just applied and you haven't got a site visit, you still get close to a 50-page report back, and depending on whether you applied to Texas, which sends you, which has a team of 8 examiners, or Baldrige, which has a team of 6. These are highly trained folks who spend up to the point, and we're giving you some figures here, but this tells what they do, say, when they're on site, but off-site, and prior to the visit there are many more hours, and so it's closer to, if you complete an entire site visit, 2,000 hours of highly trained consultant, or worth somewhere around $100,000. So this is the kind of thing that we cannot afford, and that is available. Our government pays for that, and in Texas the foundation pays for more than the fee that you put up for it. So there is a value proposition there. Let's move on to beyond that. What's in it for Texas higher education is that, as Brian pointed out, there is a systematic framework to achieve everything that we are called on by external agencies to do. And then you can mesh that in with your own vision so that you're not doing several different things for different groups. You can do one thing, do it well, and meet all these criteria in a systematic way. There's a measurement system that are focused on these key items, which we'll be drilling down on today. And it's a shared language of accountability, and for us as a community college, that's important because we work in the workforce, the broader economic development part of our community, and the businesses know this language, and it helps us because they are our clients, for us to be walking the talk, and we actually teach this approach through our contract training. The interesting thing, there's a little bit of a paradox here, is that the organizational discipline provided by this actually frees you to be very agile, very responsive, and very innovative. And it helps you provide a student and stakeholder loyalty, and more on that later. What's in it for the nation's higher education? There is a movement there, as our Department of Education and the administration looks at accountability. There are states, including our own, that are looking at accountability, and 2 of the states already have adopted the Baldrige approach as their accountability model. And the first was South Carolina, through legislative mandate, and they required, starting this last year, a 50-page Baldrige type application, which is the kind of application that you submit to TAPE, Texas Award for Performance Excellence, or to Baldrige, as their annual accountability report. That's for all state agencies, including higher education, and higher education came into the system this fall. The most recent is the state of Washington, also through legislative mandate, and starting in 2008 and every 3 years thereafter, they will file this type of application, and it can be applied, the same application applied to Texas, to the state, as well as to the nation. And what you get from the State Higher Education Commission may be different than what you get from the state award or from Malcolm Baldrige. You've already put the thing together, and so if you were doing it for these other reasons, you might as well get that other kind of feedback. As Brian mentioned, this is institutional effectiveness to the max. So when you are needing to tell the Southern Association what it is that you're doing for institutional effectiveness, you can, in effect, give them your Baldrige application, because it will be far exceptional to anything that they've seen elsewhere, if you are performing at a high level. and of course closing the gaps for underserved populations, and also with the Higher Education Coordinating Board, our assessment plan for our core curriculum. That's institutional effectiveness, that's student learning, that's all the things that Baldrige asks for. It's the kinds of things that your accreditation asks for, and it is what the higher education is asking for there. And so we are positioning ourselves to meet various challenges, including national challenges. I don't know whether you're aware or not, but the Association of American Colleges and Universities came out just this fall with the curriculum called Learning for the New Global Century. If you go on their website, you can find out what that is. The essential learning outcomes for the 21st century came together by a panel of people from business and industry, education, and foundations to say, what do our students need to know to be effective in the 21st century? And so you'll be hearing more about that. Again, you don't have to go off and do a bit of that and a bit of something else. It fits right in the heart of the Baldrige framework. And of course, increased accountability for funding from all the sources that we respond to. The closing the gaps, as we know, without going into detail, these are the components of that, and we'll be drilling down on how we're using the Baldrige framework throughout the day to demonstrate how that is helping us to close the gaps and to report how we are doing that. And it includes the annual performance measuring system and the strategies. Now we are going to move now to how Richland College uses all of this, and as we queue up a DVD, I want to introduce it by saying that shortly after the White House announced that we had received the Baldrige Award, a crew from the Department of Commerce showed up, a video crew on our campus, and said, we're going to spend the day with you to get the essence of Richland College. We gulped in the middle of December, where the campus is not at its most beautiful, and those ranges from gray to brown. What are they going to find in a day? It's a very large campus, so I'll show you what they found. But they wanted to use that, as they do with recipients, at the national conference, where they showcase the recipients of these awards. A little more context. Richland College opened in 1972. We were viewed as a bit of a starter college, if you will, in that part of the county of Dallas County. We were the fourth of 7 planned community colleges. There were no community colleges in the adjacent Collin County, which is now a system of its own. We had no University of Texas branch in our area. And so the idea was that we would serve all those needs until these other things came online, and we would peak in enrollment about a decade into that. Well, not only did that not happen in terms of the peak enrollment, we have continued to set record enrollments throughout our history, and now there are 7 community colleges in that area, and the University of Texas at Dallas. I say that to say that and the other thing is that community that we serve is now surrounded, and to the north we've got Plano and Allen and McKinney and Frisco, very burgeoning kind of thing. Well, the communities of Richardson and Garland are in a very different place. They are not the outer rim, robust communities that they were. In spite of that, Richland College remains the highest enrolling institution of higher learning in Dallas County. That is not by accident, and we believe that the agility that we have to respond to our community needs and to be innovative stems in no small part from our Baldrige discipline over more than a decade. And that's another point that I want to make. This is not a silver bullet. Let's do one of those and we'll be okay. This is about persistence over time, because it is a framework for how we do our business. So with that, I'll let you see. This is a 2.5-minute version of a much more comprehensive video that the Department of Commerce put together on Richland College.
The old teach the new how to fly. Volume.
We need more volume.
Need volume.
Richland College in Dallas, Texas, is the first community college to receive the Malcolm Baldrige National.
So far, what you're not hearing is stuff you've already heard.
Means much more than a location.
Community building is a process that people learn best when they are in community with one another. And when you're in community with one another, you're more likely to bring your whole person to work or to the learning situation. And we believe that it's the whole person who best learns, teaches, serves, and leads.
Richland embraces a diverse community of learners. Over 20,000 students representing 132 nations, speaking 79 first languages and spanning a wide range of ages. 14,500 are credit students, 2,000 more than 5 years ago. And 6,000 are pursuing continuing education. Talking, and most importantly, listening to students, guides the college in helping them meet their goals with a varied curriculum and growing success. In grades, student retention rates, and the number of students who transfer to four-year universities more than tripled the number in 2002. And student satisfaction has surpassed the national norm for the past 4 years.
We are learning from one another, and we believe that conversation is a very important part of our culture and the way we as human beings best work.
And that's the way Richland approaches decision-making, whether it's strategic planning, curriculum development, or problem-solving. For example, when state funding was cut from 70 to 30%, Richland had to significantly lower its operational costs. But at the same time, the college improved services with innovative practices like fully involving adjunct faculty.
And our values have remained fairly constant over our entire history. They were developed by employees, and these are non-negotiable. These are not the values of every organization, but they are the values here, and so those core values sustain us through all of these changes.
Their unity of purpose spells their common will. Gladly do they learn, and gladly teach.
Okay, it's a little snippet of the video that gives you a little bit better, maybe, oversight of Richland College and who we are. That was taken back in 2005, and since that time, we will show another slide here on our profile. What's not included in there are an additional about 1,600 students in distance learning that come after that is posted. So we continue to grow, and we are in a community that has, quote, stabilized, but what we know is that stabilization in numbers does not mean that the same people are there. And though there are people older, and there are a number of Anglo students who have other options, who go to universities elsewhere, and so that population has reduced in proportion, the Closing the Gaps population continues to grow, and so our challenge is to serve the community that we have now, hence the agility and the responsiveness that we need. All of this emanates from our mission statement and our vision statement, as Baldrige would expect, and we all say that we do. When we started in this journey, we had a mission statement that was an essay, and that may ring true to some of you. Our mission now is quite simply stated, but it is not a simple mission: teaching, learning, community building. However, we can focus on those three things, and they're all interchangeable. They show up in our classrooms, they show up in our community, and it is, in fact, why we are there, to help people to learn to build a community. So they're both ends and they are means. And all of our students and our faculty and community stakeholders can know our mission, and it is repeated frequently. So one of the things that we are all challenged to do is to simplify the wording of things so that we can remember and act on them, so that when we go to work every day, we can carry these things around in our heads. This is short enough that it can show up on the door, all 72 exterior doors, on a little decal, and people can see these things as they move, and we can act on them. Excuse me. our vision statement emanates from that we will be the best place that we can be to learn, to teach, and to build sustainable local and world community. We have fleshed out the latter part of it because as we see ourselves in a flattening world, we realize that building community means building sustainable community. And we put local and world because we want to make sure that our students and everyone else knows that our ability to build sustainable community cannot be just done locally. Everything that we do connects to the entire world. Well, when you say things like that, particularly to Baldrige examiners, they respond back, "Oh, really? Show us how you do that." And so my purpose in drilling down on this today is to say, keep your lofty goals. Do not dumb them down so that you'll have a better response to Baldrige. Hold your feet to the fire to do the important things that you believe you really should be doing, and more on that later. Everything at Richland College is thunder this or duck that, so we're used to it, but other people, it's a little disconcerting. So we have thunder values. These are our organizational values. And in the video, we mentioned that they have been with us for some time. They are the kinds of values that are behavioral values for how we work with one another and how we work with our students and how we expect to work together. We think they are good life values as well. And we act on them every day. We'll talk a little bit about how we do that. Let's move to the next slide. There are 10 of those. We do not remember them the way all 10 of them. We can't recite them the way we can recite our vision and our mission. However, we know that if we are not keeping them before us all the time, we may put them on a shelf. And so for about 6 or 7 years now, we have come up with the approach not only of introducing them throughout a year-long orientation of new employees and having conversations about seeing these values in action and reporting them in our weekly newsletter. We call them Thunder Values in Action, special stories for everyone acting on those values. We also do these computer pop-up screens that we had designed so that every morning or whenever you turn on your computer at the college, every employee sees this first. And this is one of the values that is featured all week long, along with an invitation to act on that value and to report excellent examples of it to our newsletter, which makes people feel very good. We also use that value then throughout the week in all the meetings that we have. So yesterday, for example, when we had our Thunder team meeting, which is made up of the president and the vice presidents, we always start, as do our other councils, with a brief conversation about that value in action at Richland College. It's reported in the minutes, and so everyone knows that there are these conversations going on. If you can think about over a multi-year period of time, people are actually living these values and cite them, and you can transform your organization, which leads to the next point about culture. Leadership is responsible for creating the culture, but if you have a leader-full organization, then the entire college is creating the culture, and it is very iterative, which is what we believe we've done. We talk about the Thunder Duck culture. The name of the Thunder Duck is our Mobius Thunder Duck, or Moby Duck. It is based on the idea of the Mobius strip. If you remember your physics principles, you take a strip of paper, you turn it 180 degrees, put it back together, and it creates this symbol, if you will, and this graphic that has no inside and no outside. Because it is very smoothly moving, and the inner and the outer sides are inextricably linked together. We think that symbolizes the whole self, that the inner self must be, and the soul must be intricately related to the outer service that we have in the world. And so all of that is part of what we do. It moves even further in that we believe whole people create whole organizations, but if you have broken organizations, whole people will not show up at work. By that I mean if you have systems that break down, processes that fail, people doing their best cannot be successful. Sometimes they get punished for not being successful when it had nothing to do with them, and then what happens? They leave their most vulnerable part at home. The most vulnerable part is the soul. You come to work, you play it safe, you don't take risks, you make do, you collect your paycheck, and then you come back the next day checking your soul at home. A soulless organization is not the kind of vibrant place that we must be if we are to build and help people build, learn to build sustainable community, which we believe, going back to our vision, is the reason that we are there. So this is how all of that begins to connect. And then if that's what you say you're doing, everything that you shows up in your results need to show that it contributes to that. Baldridge asks you to identify your key student segments. We have identified the key ones. These are not all of them, but recent high school graduates, dual credit high school students, which includes our Richland Collegiate High School, which is a charter school exclusively dual credit for juniors and seniors, which started this year, the only charter school at a community college in the state of Texas. And we can talk with you more about that if you're interested in it during questions and answers. I will say we completed the first year of that this year. Our tax results are in, and it appears, we won't know until August when all the new rules come out, but it appears that in our first year that we may be rated exemplary in our first year, and so we're very excited about that experiment. Again, one of the innovative things that can come out of a discipline of systematically having your systems and processes work. When an innovative idea comes up, you know where to put it, you know what it means. We think it means building sustainable community. It ties in with our educational transitions. It ties in with a STEM pipeline, because this high school focuses on science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. That's important in our particular community as well as it is nationally. So those are some of our key segments. Older adults returning for training and for life skills. We have a very robust emeritus program, one of our fastest growing programs for people who are retired and people who are 65 and older who have up to 6 hours tuition free at our institutions, all of the Dallas institutions. And of course at the state level, the underserved Hispanic Latino population. It does not show as a key segment the African American population. The reason it doesn't here is not that we're not paying attention to it, but we are oversampled, if you will. We have had such success with our African American black community in terms of enrollment, much higher than the percentage, and a long relationship there, that we don't list it as a key segment, but that does not mean that we don't pay attention. The strategic challenges that we face, Baldridge asked you to do that, to list that. Our demographic shifts, the limited English proficiency in our area, decrease in service area technology jobs. That relates specifically locally to a crash in the technology jobs in the telecom corridor that preceded 9/11 and then was exacerbated thereby, and we are recovering from that, but we are helping the community recover from that, and so we list that as one of the key challenges. Your key challenges might be very different. Our growing underprepared segment and students with greater needs, first generation to college, and of course a growing retirement age to faculty and staff, and meeting the demands for online courses, which is our most rapidly growing curriculum, and we'll talk a little bit more about that later. The advantages to this approach, as we've mentioned before, are these. I will not go into to each one of them. I want to shift now to our performance excellence model that I mentioned before. This is not a prescribed model. It is one that works for us, and I'm going to briefly walk us through it. The first part of it, if we start with strategic planning, and these are in your packet also, as well as in your thumbnails here if you need to read them in larger print. That comes from the strategic planning, then has to thread through the things that we talk about: the vision, the mission, the Thunder values, in our case the organizational values, and strategy. By the way, when we talk about building sustainable community, we are talking about economic, environmental, and social aspects of sustainable community building, as well as sustaining our own organization as Richland College. The model then includes 4 strategic planning priority goals. Only 4. We started off with, 87 key goals for our institution. Little wonder that we couldn't keep track of all of them. They have been reduced in number to these 4, and you'll know they seem to resonate with our mission and our vision. Our response to the community, if we respond to the community, then we hope to have students. If we have students, we hope that they are successful. In order for our students to be successful, our employees must be successful. And how do we know that we're successful at all that? It is institutional effectiveness. Everything that we do links to these 4, and they become then our college dashboard elements. In order to pull this off, of course, you've got to do something other than just lining all this stuff up. You have to have actions, but you can be systematic about them. It is not unusual to have organizational actions, department actions, and individual actions. But let me give you an example of going back to the Baldrige question. Oh, you're building sustainable local and world community. Tell us more about that. At the organizational level, what does that mean? Well, one thing, we have a Green Richland initiative that has more to do with sustainability of Richland College, but our place in the local environment, and it does focus more on the ecological aspects of it. And we have signed the President's commitment for sustained climate. There is a word for that, but I can't recall it right now. We are also building 2 LEED certified, the design for them buildings, a science building and then a community center. One at the platinum level, one at the gold level. The science building, we believe, should teach how to build sustainable community through science, and so the entire building is built as a teaching tool, whether you're taking classes there or not, and people in the community can learn from that. We have an urban tree farm on campus, and that engages the community in growing trees, the largest urban tree farm in the country that we understand, and it is school children, organizations, PTAs, others come and help us up-pot those trees that are native to our area, 7 varieties, and there are tens of thousands of them. By the 5th up-potting, 5th year, people in the community can buy them for $25 to the Texas Trees Foundation as a donation if they put them in a public place in our community to re-green Richland or Dallas, the Metroplex, after all the construction that we've done. So again, one of those things that you can do as an organization when you set that vision for yourself. We also have in workforce development, we teach the sustainability, so that is a part of it, and of course the economic development that comes from that. And I mentioned the PK through 16 partnerships that we have. We believe that directly relates to sustainable community building. And then at the national level, one of the things that we have done is, through the Continuous Quality Improvement Network, aligned ourselves with 16 other community colleges across the country that are interested in joining us in this vision of building sustainable local and world community. Through that, we've gotten a grant from the Johnson Foundation, which is creating the first ever national conference at the Wingspread. It's a Wingspread conference in Racine, Wisconsin. If you don't know about Wingspread, they are the organization that have created many American icon institutions such as public television and NPR and things like that. And so what we're hoping is that will really ramp up the sharing that we do with institutions, that we will learn together how to do that, and then begin to share that through conferences and have more impact, because this is a global strategy. Moving on with then and of course we have the Quality Enhancement Plan, which is the Southern Association. Again, nobody at the college is doing something different for Southern Association than they're doing for everybody else. We do not want separate tracks that do not relate, and so all this fits together, and we'll talk more about that this afternoon. Then we have identified 4 key organizational processes: student learning, student services, employee services, and support services. All of our processes then relate to these, and we evaluate the processes, and we have evaluated about 60 processes over the last 5 years, and our employees follow an 8-step plan called the Process Implementation Improvement Plan, and that is in your packet as well. But it's very systematic, and people don't start off on it and then forget that they're doing it, and it is shared across the organization so that as we improve processes, people know about it, they know how they link with their processes, and people, what happens on one side of the campus, people know about it on the other side of the campus, and all of that is posted, and again, more about that later, and that relates then to the shared learnings. Notice that everything that we are talking about here covers or is aligned with the 7 Baldrige categories that Brian has already shared with you. I will point out one thing. Earlier, he talked about workforce focus as the 3rd from the bottom there. This goes back to the language. If you are following the educational criteria, you talk about faculty and staff focus, because workforce focus might cause you to think corporate training or something like that. And so Baldrige has been very good working with us to come up with language, and up at the top where we talk about student, stakeholder, and market focus, in the business criteria you would see the language of customer, but that language does not show up because it can be very distracting to educators. And that, then, if we move on, we get a monthly report card at Richland College that we look forward to as if we were students, and we eagerly look forward to it. Our institutional research office gives it to us each month, and that monthly report card will be explained more later, but it is basically a green light, red light, yellow light, green light system. And it allows the executive team to focus on only those things that are moving into yellow light and red light. And if things are in the green, we can relax and go on about our business. Behind all of that are lots of metrics, but we don't have to pay attention to all those metrics if things are operating the way we set them out to be operating, and we can tell it at a glance. So you'll hear more about that this afternoon. And then, of course, we have an end-of-year report, so that's the summative report. And in that, we track not only that year, but multiple years. And the detail here is not so important as it is that we do these things. We also compare against peers and best in class, so that we are comparing against ourselves and others, so that we can benchmark when we feel like that there is something where we are behind with others. In this particular one, we are talking about the number of students receiving certificates and associate's degrees. If you look on the left, that's Richland College. These are our degrees over a period of time. If you look at the next three that are not going up, that are generally flat, those are three of our peers. That gives us a sense of how we are comparing against others that we are benchmarking against. The different colors are the segments. So the maroon and the green are the closing the gaps targets. And if you notice on those bar charts, those are going up within the overall bar. So at a glance, we can see a lot of stuff in these charts. And if you are making application to Baldrige or the Texas Award, you must learn to do this because you have only 50 pages to answer many more than 50 questions. And so you learn to be able to see things at a glance. This next one is related directly to closing the gaps. Graduation, transfer, and persistence rates for fall 2002, first time in college cohort. If you'll notice on the far left, that's Richland. The blue is the closing the gaps target group, and then the yellow is the everybody else, or everybody combined. And notice that the gaps are really closing. If we had shown you the trend line, you would have seen a much larger gap when we started, and they're almost closed there. We're very pleased with that. If you'll notice some of the other peers who are also making progress, the gaps are wider. And so again, we feel like this is an indication that we are on a good track. Well, Baldrige asks you, how do your senior leaders lead? And again, you have to describe what your leadership system is, and you have to describe a system design, and show that leadership sets directions, that we have the methods for accountability, and among them, accountability is succession planning. And most institutions do not have a very organized way of succession planning. People say, well, how can you do that as a public institution? You advertise all of your jobs. Well, you can have a lot to do with that by giving people an opportunity to be very strong candidates for openings that are coming. And so if you have more interest in how we go about doing that, we'd be glad to talk with you about it. Our leadership design looks like this. In the very center is the students and the community. They are the reason we are there. Everything focuses on them. But notice on the outer edge, or I will at least explain it to you, students and community are out there because they also own us. They set us up to serve them. So we have to remember that they are on the outer part, and they are our focus. And there you have the Mobius strip graphic. What is inside are a series of hierarchical councils that we would recognize that attach to vice presidents, but also cross-cutting councils like the Council on Teaching and Learning, which is comprised of students, faculty, professional staff, and administrators, because we know at Richland College that it takes a village for our students to be successful, and we communicate that through this council. This is not just the purview of the faculty, and our faculty value that kind of input in that cross-cutting council. The other is the Council on Community Building, which cuts across everything that we do. Again, we have students, full-time, part-time faculty, staff, and leaders in that one. We have come to view Baldrige as the wise Socratic teacher. Much as our best teachers know that the answers lie within the student. We're not filling them up with answers for them to spit out. And how do we find out? How do we help the students find out what those answers are? By expert questioning. And that's what Baldrige does for your organization. It asks you relentlessly, question after question, and then you answer, and then they drill down a couple of more levels. And the more that happens, the more insight that you have to your own answers. And again, it is non-prescriptive. How do you get started? Brian has mentioned something about this already. We've given you a set of links for a number of things, but two, NIST, the National Institute for Standards and Technology, is the parent organization most closely associated with Baldrige, which is part of Department of Commerce, and of course the Baldrige comes straight out of the White House. Texas Quality, Bill Denny is here and can help to interact with us on that. It is no accident that they are housed at the Bill J. Priest Institute for Workforce Development, which is part of the Dallas County Community College District. It is not an accredited institution, and it is the first higher ed recipient of the Texas Award in the state of Texas. Richland was the second as the first accredited institution, and now, as was mentioned, Northwest Vista in the Alamo District has received that award. And we're very proud of that because the founding president was our chief academic officer before she went to that institution. And what that says to me is that this is very exportable to three very different institutions, that being a brand new one, this one being one that was much older, and then the Bill J. Priest Institute. And so this is late-breaking news that I'm getting ready to share with you. Texas, much like Baldrige, has had only one award. It was kind of, you get it or you don't. If you don't, you get lots of good feedback, which is a very important part of it. But as an incentive now, Texas, which some other states have done, will have, starting this year, 4 levels of feedback and recognition. So if you are a beginner, you get feedback and you get recognized based on how much progress that you've made, and then the other levels. And the 4th is the Texas Award for Performance Excellence. So in addition to getting feedback, which you always got, which is the intrinsic reward and the reason you should be doing this in the first place, there will be recognition that can help people to feel like they are making progress. So I wanted to let you know about that. The lessons to share is that throughout the organization, we become a more leaderful organization, and people know what part they have in it, how it relates to the others, and it is a very inviting place. Joy is one of our values, and it is the one that everybody can cite when you say, well, name the values of Richland College. Well, they usually start out with joy, because we have a good time doing what we're doing. And what we were told by the Baldrige people and other visitors is this just feels like a fun place to work. This feels like a fun place to study. That is possible when you've got a system that is running efficiently, because it's really hard on people when things are breaking down. And so it's both paying attention to the whole person, but making a climate that whole persons can thrive in, and then trusting that people through all of this work make good judgments and take responsible risks. One word of caution, but this was just one for us. We were a little bit cagey about this quality journey at Richland College because we didn't really understand what we were doing, meaning the Thunder team. And what we have learned over the years is that if you attempt to deploy a bright idea before you've kind of figured out what's going on, particularly in a large organization, and it can be very confusing to the organization, and you come back and you say, well, we didn't really mean that, we meant this. People start shutting down and saying, who are these people who are leading us? And so we spent several years just wrangling with one another at the president and vice presidential level, and among the things that we did was to receive examiner training ourselves so that we could be out on these visits, so that we could understand from the inside what was going on. And by the way, when you're on visits and when you receive visits, it's not just educators like it is with the Southern Association. It is the everybody else. And so they're able to ask you more objective kinds of questions because they truly don't know your organization. And that is a very positive thing in our experience. So if you call something the Baldrige model or the Texas Award for Performance Excellence, people may get the idea that you're doing this because you want to hang an award on the front door. And if that's what you want to do, it's probably not a good motivation. And so this is about intrinsic performance excellence improvement. One of the lessons to share. And the other lesson is we need to celebrate the journey all the way along. Bite off as much as you can chew. Don't think you're in a hurry with this stuff. It's like our good faculty do. You assess your students. How much support do they need? Don't support them so much that they aren't challenged to move forward. And then what is the challenge that they need to move forward? So it is about challenge and support. And so our journey continues, and mine is coming to a close here at this moment because I'm seeing these people swarming me, but I'm on my next to last slide. So it's happening.
You're okay.
And we will stay focused on our increasing results. People have said, what do you do next? Well, we have our 50-page report full of opportunities for improvement. We will continue working those. This is a framework, not just an award. And we have our reaffirmation for accreditation coming up. And so we are preparing ourselves for that. We're preparing ourselves for the assessment of our core curriculum. We're preparing ourselves for 2015 and closing the gaps. All of this is what Baldrige is helping us do. Thank you very much. And our commissioner has joined us. Welcome, Raymond. Glad to see you here.
Steve, thank you very much. If you refer back to the core values that we mentioned just earlier, I think it's evident through Steve's presentations and what we will see throughout the day of how these core values, not the Thunderduck values, those are important, but rather the performance excellence core values and how those are played out in the various aspects of the leadership that's provided. Before we move into questions, I'd like to invite the commissioner, see if he has any comments or words they'd like to share.
Thank you. Let's see. I apologize for being late. I was supposed to, of course, have been here at 10 o'clock, and I was stuck in an emergency meeting at the Texas Education Agency, and I was supposed to be at another meeting at 11 o'clock, and I'm running late for that one as well. I did want to make a few comments. I apologize in advance for making comments and then running out the door. I recognize how significant the Baldrige Award is, and it's of course particularly gratifying to me that it came to an institution of higher education in Texas, and most particularly gratifying because it came to a community college. Quality in education is my #1 priority in Texas. I think we've done a wonderful job of improving access, particularly to community colleges in Texas, and I think we probably need to spend more time focusing on an appropriate balance between access and quality. I think we have some work to do on quality across the board. Winning the Baldrige Award for quality in education is a really astonishing achievement. When you look at the awardees over the years, you recognize how prestigious and how difficult it is to achieve this sort of stature and recognition. This award for Richland College and for President Middlestead could not have come at a better time, because we still have some work to do in Texas regarding the recognition of how critical the role of community colleges is in Texas. We still have some people, some benighted people at all levels of leadership in the state who who think that community colleges are institutions where you go and you can't get into a four-year institution, that don't recognize that community colleges have an academic mission as well as a workforce development mission, who don't understand that over 50% of the students in higher education in Texas are now attending community colleges. And they don't understand the most important thing about community colleges, and that is that community colleges are the most democratic of all of our institutions of higher education. As tuition and fees go up in higher education across the board, it is more and more the case that community colleges will be the primary point of access for students who want to get post-secondary education and training. This award recognizes an emphasis on educational and academic quality, recognizes cost efficiency, recognizes a commitment to the core values of access and educational quality that we want institutions all over the state to emulate. We are happy to host this meeting to talk about the best practices at Richland College and how they can be replicated across the state. One of the things that all of you are aware of and will see dramatically over the next 5 to 15 years is that community colleges will continue to enroll a larger proportion of all of our college students, particularly first-generation, low-income students, students of color. We will see that as the cost of higher education continues to increase, we will see that students who have all kinds of options will make a calculated decision to begin their careers in community colleges at relatively low cost and then transfer to a four-year institution to complete their baccalaureate and further studies. Richland College has been on a roll lately. I noticed that there was an article in the New York Times a couple of months ago about excellent community colleges around the country, and I got a phone call from a friend of mine who lives in New York and said, did you see the article about community colleges today? And he said, there was a community college in Texas identified as being one of the best in the country, and particularly at transferring students. I said, it was Richland College, right? And sure enough, it was. So we will look to this college, to the leadership at Richland College, to show how we can raise expectations, how we can create academic excellence at the highest levels at all of our community colleges. At Richland College, certainly other colleges can do it as well. So I want to compliment the leadership at the college, the faculty, the administrators, and particularly President Middlestead, who I've admired from the time that I first heard him speak. I think there might be some connection with the fact that he's a literature man, an English professor, and as I was, and so I'm grateful to be able to come here and applaud the work that's been done at the college, and I thank all of you for coming here and learning what Richland College has been doing so well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner, and I think we all recognize the very important comments there in terms of our role in higher education and the number of major issues that we have confronting us in closing the gaps and continuing to meet those critical needs that we have. We do have a few minutes for questions for Dr. Middlestead before we move on to the next presentation. So Gabriella, I think, has a microphone here, so if you would please raise your hand, and she'll bring a mic to you so that both folks here and folks by the internet will have the benefit of hearing you.
There's one right behind you.
Dr. Middlestead, you told me as we began when you started at Richland College, but what I'd like to know is when did you think you started this process, realizing that it's continuous and there wasn't maybe a formal start? But how long does it take to reach the level that you've reached?
Thank you for the question. When we opened, had a program in construction management that included a course in total quality management. And on our adjunct faculty was an employee of Texas Instruments and an engineer. And from time to time, and I actually hired him because I set up our continuing education program, so I knew James too very well. He was a founding member of the Quality Texas Foundation. Very gentle man, but he was also very instrumental at Texas Instruments in winning one of the first Baldrige awards. And so here we had this man on our campus. He was teaching for us. He would teach in the corporate community, and occasionally, in a very gentle way, he would say, "We have some pretty good lessons here that all organizations could learn from." But being a slow learner, it took me a while to realize he was, goading us to walk the talk. And so when we found out about the Texas Award, the Quality Texas Award at that time, we had some other folks who said, these principles are kind of good. I am a literature professor, and we are kind of inherently geared up to distrust data. And so the biggest obstacle was me personally, that there was anything to learn from this. But over time, we did bring some consultants in, and once it occurred to me personally that we could be data informed and not data driven, that we could still make good decisions with data, but that we are the people who must make the decisions. And once I became personally an examiner, and I realized the depth of this, and that we could focus on our core business, which is student learning, and that the data could actually help us in a way that it had not in my mind before. So that is the formal process of applying at the first time to the Texas Award was a little over a decade ago. So we may be slow learners here. I believe that it is easier to move at a more rapid pace right now, because when we started there were no education criteria. We were having to make that crosswalk. We don't have to do that. Now some of us, more and more across the country, have won their state awards, community colleges. It is easier to benchmark now than it was. When we first started, we couldn't get other people's data. Now the Johnson County Community College National You're going to hear more about that this afternoon. Benchmarking project you can sign up for, and you can send teams and learn from one another and so on. And so with our experience and sharing our experiences, which is what benchmarking is about, I think people can make more rapid progress than we did, but it can't be overnight. It is about transforming and reinventing your institution and staying transformed. Does that help?
My question is related to that in some respects. We often start things and we're more interested in pursuing them if there is a clear beginning and an ending. I am interested in what point faculty came into the process. You mentioned the examiner training for the leadership team. When were faculty brought into the process? How did you continue the engagement of faculty, and what were some of the strategies?
Thank you. A very important question. In truth, just as I started off with this continuing education and then part-time adjunct faculty, our faculty have been the leaders of this all along, not knowing that they were leaders, but brilliant people that they are in the classroom. Socratic teachers are Baldrige examiners. And what we learned is that the formative evaluation that good teachers do in class, which is, and they use, over the years, they have used packed crosses techniques for classroom assessment. Is it muddy? Is it clear? Short writing assignments and so on. That is a leading indicator for an institution. That's the leading indicator in the classroom. It is the red light, yellow light, green light system. And so what we did once we got into this was to say, this isn't about transforming faculty behavior. It's about learning from faculty how to be good teachers within the institution. Does that mean that faculty can't improve? No. But being more systematic about it so that faculty can help faculty learn is how we got them involved. But we did not say, you need to know these 7 criteria, you need to be an examiner. What we said is, how can we help you be successful for what you were hired to do, which is to help our students learn, and then let us give you data to help you understand that. When we were a pilot institution with the Southern Association for our QEP, our Quality Enhancement Plan, you can't do this now, but this was in the pilot, we chose student retention as our project college-wide. It isn't about student learning, but our theory was if they're not there at the end of the semester, they're probably not learning. And we don't do that really well. So can we improve in that and then move on to the higher Bloom's taxonomy, as we're doing with the core curriculum, on how do you know that they're learning at these various levels? Very simply, we said to faculty, the good news is that the Southern Association is not going to require you, as we have done for years, to be on a committee, the main criteria for which is you know nothing about the subject that you are on the committee for, so that you can examine and find out interesting things like how many board members do you have, and were you chartered as a community college, and where's the documentation? All those must statements that we were causing faculty to do, the tyranny of the old system. However, you will be on committees. The good news is you'll be on committees that help you to do the work that we hired you to do. And so still to this day, and this is 5 years ago now, our faculty meet monthly in cohort groups. They get their data, their cohort data, they examine it, they have conversations about how can we learn from one another to help our students succeed. This year it is a different assignment across that, but that's the routine, because now we're looking at different levels of learning and program assessment and so on. So faculty are very much engaged in a more systematic way than they were, but we're actually giving them information that is helpful. The data questions, for example, faculty weren't used to asking us, the institution, Fonda, our Dean of Research, data questions. In these sessions, people would get their data and they would say, okay, so the cohort is having better success than I am, but hey, I have an 8 o'clock class. Go figure. My students are asleep, and so it's not fair to compare me with all this other stuff. And we'd say, that's a very good data question. Let's run the numbers on all the 8 o'clock classes. Then we shared the data on the 8 o'clock classes. We didn't say, therefore, we said, inform yourselves with these data. And they'd ask another data question, which was intended to be a defensive sort of thing in some cases. After a while, people started saying, I could probably learn something from my colleagues. That's the concept that's been going on for about 5 years now. And I will say, while the next question is coming up, if you get a site visit, it is not, although we dreaded it, the first one, we found out it was very different than an accreditation visit, because people are coming to find out who you are, and our folks were so proud of everything that they were doing and that they shared those stories, and then they inspired one another. And Texas comes like mid-April on a site visit when everybody's kind of at each other anyway at the end of the year, and we're thinking, oh great, one more thing. Instead, people were euphoric after that first site visit. By the way, we had 4 Texas site visits, 4 years, and we had only 1 Baldridge site visit, but we had several feedbacks on that. It was the kind of thing that boosted the morale of the institution that lasted through the summer and into the fall. And so it's a very transforming thing as opposed to ending the semester with everybody ready to strangle one another. So I would mention that as a side benefit. Yes.
And your last statement is the question I'm going to ask, and I think this is so important. Your culture of creating high performance, the whole person that you mentioned before, because I always feel it should be fun coming to work. People should really enjoy it. And how do you create that culture from the campus police to the grounds folks, the faculty, student services, everybody on campus really enjoying it. The students, when you walk on campus, hey, this is a place I want to be, I want to work. This is a lot of fun. How did you go about that, creating that culture?
It is hard to go back in time and say this is the time, but I will say that before we got into any of the systematic stuff, we paid a lot of attention to having fun. So we've been at that for years and have kind of excelled at it, and pretty forgiving. The value statement is take the serious work seriously and yourselves lightly. And by that we use the wisdom of the wise fool, which, you know, for those in a literary tradition knows has been around through most cultures, most indigenous religions, and so on. And it is the person who challenges the status quo, but in good humor. And organizations actually invite that in. And so the wise fool was a part of the king's court, if you will. What we say at every convocation, which by the way is a celebration, our fall get-together, is that everybody is invited to be the wise fool in ways that are authentic to them. The president doesn't have to be a fool, though there are those who occasionally make reference in that way. But we have people who set up these situations, these skits at convocation, and spontaneously. We have a faculty member who announces over the RLC, which is the everybody email, we're going to have a laugh break Thursday at 3:18 in room so-and-so. Come, bring your students. And she has just planned these fall-down laughing activities for some odd number of minutes, like 21 minutes or something. And that's exactly what happens with everybody who streams across campus, shows up, funny things. People are just, you know, the adrenaline is, all of those physiological whole person things are happening. And then at 21 minutes, she claps her hands and says, back to work. Everybody goes back. Well, that lasts for weeks. And that, we didn't orchestrate that. We gave permission for people to be authentic fools in the wise fool sense in that organization. So, you know, we have speeches and workshops on everything, but that's one of them, is building a culture, and it is all integrated. People are not as willing to play if they're getting punished in ways that feel unjust, if they are not in tune, if they don't trust people. And so it's not an either or. It's you have to do all these things all the time. But at least in our case, learning from our experts who are our faculty, who do that all the time in wonderful ways, not only in the classroom, but what we're finding out, those same folks who were great at that in the classroom are great at it in distance learning. They build community, they have interaction, and they are insistent that those principles of community building show up there. And I just continue to marvel and learn from our faculty.
One more question.
One more, I'm told.
One more question.
Hi. My question is, what's next? You received your award in 2005. What has happened since then? How do you continue to sustain excitement, engagement? How do you continue to improve And I guess bottom line question is there life after Baldridge?
Good question.
Yes, there's new life, which includes doing things like this, which is a wonderful, exhilarating thing, and the frequency of it is a little disconcerting to the organization because some of us are playing different roles, so we have to adjust to that. Again, the intrinsic nature of it is, first of all, the Texas Award and Baldridge selects institutions that they believe have been at this long enough and have sustained results over time that they are not likely to stop doing this work when they get an award, because they want them to be exemplars. They use the language, it's not our languages, but world class. Well, the White House does not want to call something world class and then be embarrassed by it, and so and the governor's office the same way. So we know what our work is better than anybody else. We know it better than the coordinating board. We know it better than SACS, and those are our commitments to get better. And we, it's just part of that paradox. The more you know your success, the more you know how far you are away from success. So it is endemic. The other part is there are those agencies out there that are holding the deadlines. We still have to have accreditation visits. We still have to meet the deadline for filing our assessment plan for the core curriculum. We still have to annually report on closing the gaps, all those things. So there are all kinds of accountability entities out there that hold your feet to the fire. And if we want to reapply to the Texas Award, to the Quality Texas Foundation and to Baldridge, you can do that 5 years after receiving the award. And we probably will do that because of the excellent feedback that we get. What we will be missing over this next 5 years is that kind of consulting feedback which says, here's what we see you are doing. We can't afford it in the meantime. But they were, both of them were just very gift-giving in that they gave us hundreds of opportunities for improvement in our last 2 reports. So we've got our work cut out for us. Thank you very much.
Steve, thank you so much for that excellent introduction, and I think it's very evident in the passion that Steve brings to this, the nature of the leadership that's brought Richland College to this point. One thing that Steve did not mention, and help me remember the number, that you've had like 20 of your administrators to come out of Richland College that have gone on to senior leadership positions.
I think it's 23 now.
20 out of, and that's with presidents, right?
CEOs.
Out of CEOs, out of the administrations throughout the years from Richland College. The kind of culture and development that they've provided there has generated 23 other community college CEOs throughout the country. I think that's kind of incredible. I really do. And the other point he makes about the joy, and I was first introduced to this at the Quality Texas Annual Awards Program in 2005 when Richland College received their award. And we were there in the large banquet hall, and they were being announced, and all of a sudden all these ducks come in starting quacking. And there are about 50 or 60 people that all had the little duck calls, and so it really is a part of the way they live and the way they play. You passed them out to us too, so we got to quack right along with them. And true to Steve's comment about sharing and making this available to other folks, Steve is flying to Chicago this afternoon to make another presentation on their work to further this, and Steve, thanks for being able to be with us this morning, and we appreciate your leadership. And we're going to shift now to our next session. We're not.
I think we're going to eat. Can I interrupt 1 second?
We're not going to go. What are we going to do?
A small change in the agenda. Instead of having our next presentation now, we're going to have lunch now. And we had planned on it for 45 minutes, and I think we're a little bit behind schedule. So we'll we'll probably try to come back in half an hour
Okay.
for those people who are listening on the web.
Okay.
And also, we've had a question about access to the PowerPoint slides for people who are listening, and we'll be sure and post those on our website so that you can get them. And one last thing, we ran out of copies of Dr. Cole's presentation. There are now extra copies available over here if you didn't get a chance to pick one up. So lunch is going to be through the door right over there, and we'll see you back here. I mean, you can eat at your spot, but we'll start again in half an hour.
4:15. Good. Thank you.
Yeah, good for you.
Hope you had an opportunity to enjoy lunch and to visit with some of your colleagues here. This afternoon, we had the opportunity to hear from 3 members of the Richland College senior leadership team on hitting more of the specifics based on what Steve kicked us off with this morning. And first this afternoon will be Jean Conway, who is the Vice President for Student Learning at Richland College, and she'll be talking to us about Richland College experience on that very important area of student learning and as well as employee success. So, Jean?
Thank you, Brian. I was telling Fonda and the people at whose table I joined for lunch, my title doesn't say exactly what I do. I kind of call myself the parenthetical vice president because I say, well, I'm Jean Conway, vice president of student learning, and that means that I supervise all of the academic areas, because people tend to think that there's somehow student development is involved in what I do, and it's not. What I do is all of the academic areas. So I have negotiated with Steve, and I am officially changing my title, which you will see on the presentation, to Vice President for Teaching and Learning, which we think fits with our mission statement and probably tells you more about what I do. So just that little aside. I'm glad to be with you today. What I'll be doing is drilling down a little bit. Steve gave you a great overview for our college, but I'll be drilling down a little bit and giving you a few more specifics. I will cover as many specifics as I can without belaboring too many example points, and then when we get to the question and answer, if you have some further questions, we'll be able to go there. So let's go ahead and get started with this particular presentation. Let me first of all give you an overview of what I'm going to be talking about. There will be 5 areas. We'll talk about some learning-centered processes. We will talk about assessing student learning, faculty and staff engagement, employee results, and then any lessons that we may want to share with you. Learning-centered processes. We have several learning-centered processes that we'd like to share. First is that at Richland, interactive learning is of prime importance. We want all classes to have interactivity in the learning. We want students to interact with other students. We want faculty to be highly engaged with students. And we want students to be engaged with materials, as opposed to just a textbook that they work with or that they read. We want hands-on. We want cooperative learning, where they take the textbook material and they summarize for each other and do peer teaching and learning with each other. We do some customized textbooks. We do learning community theme-based textbooks that are developed just for those courses, so that the materials are as relevant as possible and not just something that the students buy and then sell back at the end of the semester. We also want to talk a little bit about learning style options when we're talking about learning-centered processes. All of you are aware of all the different learning styles that our students come with, and we want to try to address as many of those as possible. Again, keeping in mind interactivity if possible. Probably your college is like ours. Distance learning has just become a locomotive. It is just taking off. And so keeping up with distance learning and what we need to do to make distance learning effective for students has been one of our really big challenges. We've had to do a lot of faculty training because a lot of faculty are very familiar with face-to-face, but not as familiar with online. And online, as we all know, is more than putting a PowerPoint online. We've got to have that interactivity, and so we do strong training to be sure that online and our hybrid or blended classes have the interaction between students and faculty. I mentioned cooperative learning. We require cooperative learning training for all of our new faculty. And we're talking about more than collaborative learning. We're talking about the official cooperative learning that was developed by the Johnsons that teaches teachers techniques for students interacting with material with each other and with the faculty member. We have lecture discussion method, which works for some people. We have lab-based classes, foreign language classes, for instance, so that instead of having a lecture class and then students, by the way, go to the lab to practice, you start out and base it on a lab. You base it on the oral part of foreign language, and then, by the way, they can work on an in-class and work on things that they need to do with the teacher, such as practicing conversation with a real person. But sometimes we tend to think of lab as an add-on instead of the basis for a class. We have learning communities in which we tie several different subjects together via a theme. We need to help our students make transfer of knowledge, and sometimes learning communities are the best way for them to realize that government, economics, history, and philosophy all can be tied together through a theme, and it makes more sense for them. We try to do flexible scheduling, and I'm not sure that many of you do that with weekend classes, Friday classes, early classes. We have very late lab classes for people that get off work late at night and need to go to a lab class late at night. We have Sunday lab classes. One of the things that we found particularly helpful for our students who have incredibly complex lives is that we try to have lots of mini semesters, not just between regular semesters, but all along, so that you have short semesters that maybe are a month long during the fall semester, because sometimes our students' lives fall apart, but a lot of times they can keep their lives together for a month. And so if we can give them something meaningful in a short semester, sometimes they can hang in there and get through something and give them some success. Another way that we have learning-centered processes is through our curriculum diversity. We have ethnic studies programs, and that's not just a program where they are studying about a certain ethnicity. Instead, what we do is we try to use Banks' idea of integrating curriculum from different ethnic groups into our standard curriculum. So we teach American history from the Mexican-American Latino viewpoint, so that we include what has happened in their history at the same time that we include what's happened in the history of the Anglo-white Western European American. We have African-American Black Studies that is part of a government class, or again, part of a history or a English class, so that we bring in that aspect into all of the other parts of the class that you teach. We also have one that's focused on Asian, Middle Eastern American studies. So again, this helps to be not only relevant for people from those language backgrounds or from those cultural backgrounds, but we also have students that just take that class because it happens to be at 10 o'clock on Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And they get in there and they find that they learn so much about other cultures that they did not ever have an opportunity to learn when they were in a typical American high school. We have global studies where we try to focus the curriculum, again, on a particular course, many times a core course, with a global outreach. We have peace studies. We do cultural studies. We have the Emeritus program, I think Steve talked about, where we offer 2 classes free to people who are over 55 or 60. I can't remember the cutoff. And the advantage there is that brings some age diversity to our classroom. These people come who some of them have parents who have lived through some of the history they're studying. Some of them themselves have. And so they add a richness to our classes that are wonderful for our students. We have a study abroad program, again, which most of you do. We have international partnerships, and this may be a little different. We have one right now with Saratov, Russia, and we have an economics class that is half Russian students and half American students. And they work together via the internet, and they view each other. They have discussions online. They have discussions via video conferencing so they can see each other, so they can talk about economic issues. In Russia compared to the U.S., it's a very, very rich class for both countries, for both students in both countries. Then we have learning-centered processes for our learning environment, the spaces in which students learn. We try to have as many smart classrooms as possible. Again, most of you are probably trying to go that way, so that classrooms are set up technologically so that faculty can have and use all the technology for blended classes, for hybrid classes, so that you don't have to roll things in on carts and so forth. And it's a fairly expensive process to outfit an older college, but it is a high priority for us. And so we, at this point, will have somewhere in the neighborhood of 50 to 60% of our classrooms this way. The advantage, again, of them being smart classrooms also from an administrative point of view is that everything can be controlled from a central location. So you don't have to have someone come in and turn things on and off if you need to do so from a central location. Lets us know if light bulbs are burned out and that sort of thing too. We have flexible furniture. For instance, we have computer classrooms where the computer is under the desk, so you have a flat surface. So that particular room can be a flat surface working type classroom, or it can be a computer classroom, or it can be a combination of both. We have a number of classrooms that can serve multi-purposes that way. We have outdoor settings. We have a very beautiful campus, and so we want to encourage teachers and students to be outdoors and to learn outdoors. We have a labyrinth that people can walk, a meditation labyrinth that during stressful times can be very popular for both faculty and for students. We have group seating outdoors for small classes that want to hold class outside, and we have open decks outside, in particular outside our library, again, to encourage people to be out and enjoy the setting, because we think that's conducive to learning. We have multiple use rooms. We have seminar settings for those that want to have seminar classes. We have discipline-specific tutoring areas. Let me tell you a little bit about this. We have tutoring areas specifically for some disciplines. One is economics and accounting, and another is the science area. And we call the science area our science corner. And the genesis of that was that the science teachers kept telling their students they needed to go and get some tutoring in biology and or chemistry. And the students said, yeah. And so the teachers then would go over to our tutoring center, which is across our little lake, and would find out how many students had signed up. And they'd find very few had signed up. So then they decided to be more proactive. They would get their students and they would walk them across and say, here's where it is. This is how you sign up. You can do this. And so then they gave extra credit. They still weren't getting very good results. The students weren't necessarily coming to their offices. They said, you know what? We've got to bring it to them. So they set up right outside all the science classrooms a little small area that had been a seating area, and they said, we are going to use our office hours, not to be in our office grading papers, but to be out here helping students. So that the full-time faculty set up chairs and tables outside the science classrooms and began to offer tutoring. Well, it was hugely popular. They did not have enough tables and chairs or enough faculty to do this, so the adjunct began to get involved. The students came, and of course we all had to notice and give them a bigger space, because obviously this was meeting student needs. So it took to the students what the students needed, and has been a very popular way for us to help students get their tutoring, and other areas are, following suit. We have collaboration spaces. We consciously, and this is so hard in an older campus, we consciously try not to encroach on spaces that are small little study spaces where there's couches and chairs in a little corner of a hallway so that students can sit down and study and work together or do group projects together. And that's really hard, as I said, in an older campus to not say, we need another office, and if we just closed off the end of that hallway, that'd be a great office or a great seminar room. But then that takes away that precious space for students. And so we've worked very hard not to do that because our focus is on student learning. Steve mentioned the new science building, which we are hoping will be a building that teaches in and of itself as a building, because it will be a sustainable building. And so we're excited about that as a learning space. The second area that I'm going to talk about is assessing student learning. Steve talked to you about all of the different types of accountability measures that we do. And so this is a section where I'm going to talk a little bit about that. And the way we do that primarily is through these four areas. The quality enhancement plans, which Steve mentioned, for us, it's not just when SACS comes. For us, it's all the time. QEP is part of the way we do business. The Texas Higher Ed Coordinating Board Learning Outcomes Assessment, which we all have to be a part of, that's also part of how we do business all the time. Our course redesign project that the state is asking us to be a part of, and our key performance indicators, our KPIs. Let me talk first about QEP. Steve mentioned when he first started the QEP that we studied retention, and we did. But that was sort of at a baby step. We were just getting used to what we needed to do. We began to realize shortly after our SACS visit that we could be more sophisticated than that. We really needed to study student learning outcomes. And how were we going to do that? Well, the way we were going to do it is to use the QEP group as our vehicle, because the discipline groups were already used to working together. They had been working together for that SACS visit. So this was nothing new. We just said we're not stopping. And so what the groups did, we said, okay, instead of retention, we want you to come together and we want you to determine what program completers in your discipline should be able to think, know, or do. This became a year-long conversation. As you can imagine, faculty love to debate this kind of thing. They did a lot of benchmarking, a lot of debating, and they came up with a long list of what they thought students ought to think, know, or do when they complete the program, not a course, but their program. Then we said, okay, this is what you've determined needs to be the capabilities of a program completer. Now we've got to look at how does it tie to Richland's mission, and we've got to find out how you're going to assess it. So we used the model that's called a 5-column model. It's a Nichols model. And each program group did in 5 columns, the first column being what is the mission of the college, the second column being what are the goals for student learning in your particular discipline, then what is the assessment that you're going to do to check for this, to see if they did think, know, or do it. And then when you get the results, what kind of improvement are you going to try to make? And then lastly, what were the results after you looked at the improvement? You've got to have that entire cycle. So as you can imagine, this takes more than a year. So what we told faculty is pick 1 or 2 of the items that you put on that list of what students need to think, know, or do. Not everything, but 1 or 2. Focus on those. Develop assessment. Agree how you're going to assess it. Everybody needs to assess it, full-time, adjunct, everyone. And then the next year you'll look at the results. You'll see if in fact they did that, and if not, what are you going to do about it? And so that's what the QEP teams work on. They meet monthly, and they meet together. And the interesting thing is although it does become sometimes like, oh, well, here we've got to go to QEP again, it is their opportunity to discuss their craft, to discuss what they do and what's at the heart of what they are passionate about, which is student learning. And so teachers have gotten to talk to each other, not just about political things and not just about other external issues, but about their teaching and about student learning. It's been a wonderful opportunity for us. We, in particular, look at students in high-impact courses when possible, gatekeeper courses, English, math, developmental math, and so forth. Our large enrollment classes, we encourage groups to really take a look at those. But all the disciplines look at the program completers. The staff also does an assessment of student learning, and they look at their services related to student learning. SACS is going to require that we assess all college services, not just the academic ones. So as I said, we work with all our student services people too. I mentioned the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. Those of you that work with this know that they have asked that we establish and evaluate exemplary educational outcomes, intellectual competencies, and perspectives. And we all have to turn in 2009 what we've done in those three areas. Again, we just integrate this in what we are doing. Let me show you how we try to integrate all that we do with QEP, the SACS, and the coordinating board so that it's not separate processes. Because if it's separate processes, people go, okay, this year you're doing QEP, and next year you're doing coordinating board, and where does this one fit, and where does that one fit? And we say, you've got to do it all together. The exemplary educational objectives are sort of the basic course ones, and those show up in the syllabus. They're course specific. So they are individual. The QEP teams I just mentioned deal with program level. That's the program completer and what we expect students to do when they complete a program. The intellectual competencies, perhaps you're aware, there are 6 of them that the state requires. They are reading, writing, listening, speaking, critical thinking, computer literacy. We've added a 7th one. We've added math. I think critical thinking is supposed to be part of that, but we felt like we wanted to deal with it separately. So we have 7. Those are cross-disciplinary. You are to figure out if students who are ready to graduate have mastered those 7 skills. And so you've got to be able to look across your disciplines to see, can students write or read or do math at X level? You've got to determine what that level is. How are you going to assess it? Where are you going to assess it? And so Fonda has helped us, institutional research, in knowing what are the typical courses that are the last ones that students take as they're finishing the core curriculum. You've got to figure out where that is so you know where to test it. Would you believe one of our last ones is PE? Go figure. And so that's where we do some embedding of some of these assessments. Is PE, and then we have some others also. But again, it's all part of this whole learning outcomes assessment process. The perspectives, which is the really global piece, that's the one where we're looking at students' attitudes and their ability to function at a little higher level in Bloom's taxonomy. And we're going to do that with a capstone experience that's related to sustainability, because as you saw, sustainability of all types, environmental as well as social, is an important part of who we believe that we are and who we think we need to help our students to be. We use key performance indicators, fondly known as KPIs. This is the quantitative way that we keep up with how we are doing in our learning outcomes assessment and in other areas of the college. We establish targets based on benchmark areas once a year, and so we measure to those targets every month. We have an end-of-year report. And then we also have program discipline reviews. Every program gets an annual review to look at the health of that program. We also do a SWOT analysis and action plans based on that, but let me see if I'm going to that one next. Okay, I'm going to show you a couple of things, and I'm going to show you what's in the program discipline review. But when we get the information, each group does a SWOT analysis and, if necessary, an action plan related to that. These are some of the data that we receive, that we get related to the things that we look at with student learning. This is retention in all classes, and you'll see that in this one we have disaggregated the data according to the ethnicities of African American, Hispanic, and all students. And you can see where our target is, and we are just barely meeting the target, but the red line is the 90% of target, which is our goal is to be at least 90% of target, and so that's where we are. Once we reach a target, the next year we usually up the bar a little bit and realize that we need to strive for more, and so we raise that target so that then we can work harder to try to get to meet that. This is student success in the core curriculum. Again, this is disaggregated according to African American, Hispanic, and all students. You can see that, if I can show you there, there's our target there, there's our 90%, so we're not quite at our target, so we've got some work to do there on this, and you can see it by year. We are very interested in the percent of students that transfer to a four-year university. While some of our students stay at Richland and get a terminal degree and go into the workforce, most of our students come to Richland planning to transfer to a four-year university. So it's very important as a transfer type university for us to keep up with the percent that are moving on. And you can see here that we are benchmarking with peers to be, and those are some of the different colors, to see if in fact our students, which is the purple, if we have the percent of students transferring that is equivalent or better than our peers. And you can see that in this case we do. When we get our monthly or our end-of-year report card, it cannot be something that just the administrative team looks at. It is wonderful for us, but it's meaningless to an institution if you do not deploy to all levels. And so we have all of the different divisions, the academic council who reviews the monthly reports, looks at areas for needed improvement, and then they take that to their faculty so that faculty understand, and we have a report each month, and that's left out on the counter or in the division office for people to look at anytime during that month until a new one comes out after they've talked about it. The President's Cabinet looks at it, we have it on the intranet, and we keep archival copies. The Program Discipline Review, I told you I was going to show you what was in the Program Discipline Review. We actually get a score based on 100 points for each program and discipline, and these are the categories that we measure: the enrollment and contact hours, student learning outcomes, technical occupational measures such as number of graduates within a certain period of time, number of people employed, etc., the program cost to income, and then effective scheduling. As I said, we get a score. Fonda's office does these. As you know, we're all educational folks, so people that don't get an A are not happy. So anybody that gets below 90 is fussing and going, what can we do, and goes back to the faculty, and they talk about it because everybody wants an A, and everybody doesn't make an A. And so we all have to look at what is within our control, what can we do to get the program to a level that it is healthier. The third category is faculty staff engagement. You can't do all this if you don't keep the faculty and staff engaged. It just won't happen. As a matter of fact, we have a sister college that evidently, when they were asked about doing some of these things, said, not interested. So you've got to have interested faculty. You've got to have faculty who have tenure or who have long contracts, who don't have to do everything, right? They've got to be motivated. They've got to want to do this. And so when we do it all the time, sometimes you have to be careful that it doesn't just get to be routine and people go, oh, well, here we are again. So you've got to keep the kind of faculty that are involved and that are interested and that want to do this and that are excited about it. And so here are some of the things that we think that we do to help keep faculty and staff engaged. Our hiring and retention area, we think it's very important that we, to use the terms of the Good to Great book, we try to get the right people on the bus. We're very intentional about getting people to join us that believe in the values that we believe in. We have strong adjunct faculty support. We have cross-functional teams and councils. Almost all of our teams and councils are not just areas for that particular group, but we bring in, for instance, my academic council of deans also includes people from enrollment management and advising and distance learning and information technology, so that we want people that are in any way related to be part of that council, so that we talk across councils about what's going on. We have issues such as faculty leave banking and visiting scholars that help. Faculty leave banking allows the faculty to bank 7 extra service classes, and they get the equivalent of 1 semester off with pay. And so that's a retention strategy. That's a cool thing, because in addition to sabbaticals, which we also have, they have the leave banking. With sabbaticals, you're supposed to do a project and come back and, write it up. With the leave banking, you can do whatever you want. You've bought it. It is your semester off. And so it's a real incentive for faculty to stay, because as soon as they bank their 7 classes, and then the institution keeps the money for the 7 classes, so that then we can use that to pay an adjunct to teach 5 classes, which is what our normal faculty load is. We have visiting scholars, which are people that we hire for a 2-year temporary period, and they do not have to go through the regular search process. If we identify people that are wonderful faculty, that may bring some diversity to our faculty, that maybe just need some more training, some more experience in teaching, we can bring them on, give them 2 years of our intense training and our intense workshops, and then at the end of 2 years, we open up a full-time position, and they are free to apply. And because they've had really good training, many of them get the full-time position. But it is a wonderful way to bring in new talent without quite the laborious process of a full search is, at least on the initial end. We offer a bilingual stipend. Diversity is very important to us, and we want to, as much as possible, to help our students. And so by faculty and staff, and this is not just faculty, faculty and staff can qualify for a bilingual stipend. And by bilingual, I'm not talking about just Spanish. I'm talking about any other language that we have students at our college that may need to speak. So we have numerous people who every year get a stipend for speaking another language besides English, and who is on a list and is volunteered to be helpful to any student or anyone who needs help with that second or third or whatever other language they're speaking. We have strong professional development, and I'll go into that in a little while. We have career and succession planning. I was talking about that with my lunchmates a little while ago. We have people identify what their long-term career goals are, and we write that down. We keep it on a grid, so that when there are leadership opportunities, leadership conferences that come up, instead of the senior team going, well, let's send Joe Blow to that one, we look at the list and we say, have we sent this person to any leadership training? Or we sent this person last year, let's send this person this year. And it helps them to know, one, that we're paying attention to their career path. It helps us to know they do want to move up, and we want to give them the training, because opportunities may come up at Richland, and we need them to be trained so they can step into it. And so it's a very good way for people to feel valued and want to stay around, because they know you're watching out for their career. We have recognition approaches, a number of ones that are standard and some that are silly and fun. As Steve mentioned, joy is an important part of our life, and so we have a silly end of the month Employee of the Month parade, and we parade all over campus and blow those silly duck horn things and play music and walk all over campus, and nobody knows where we're going, and people just join in and they just go, I don't know where they're going, but we're going to go with them. Students, and nobody but Steve knows where we're going. And so he just leads us, and we, lo and behold, end up in someone's office or in someone's classroom, and there we are, and they're like, what are you doing? And then he says, congratulations. And then it's great fun. We just have, and it takes all of, maybe 15 minutes out of the day, and it's just a fun all-college experience. Again, hiring and retention approaches. One of the things that we do that we think is very important is that we have diverse hiring teams for all full-time positions. Any full-time position requires a search team, and the search team must be diverse in ethnicity, in longevity with the college. I'm not going to say age, because sometimes it's really longevity with the college, in gender, so that it's important that you have diverse teams so that we're not always hiring people that are just like us. And we need to bring in the different viewpoints. And so this, by having this kind of team, it allows us to keep the diversity going in our college. We have hiring non-negotiables. You heard Steve talk about our Thunder values. That's not a fit for everybody. There's just not everybody that wants to come to work and feel like that, you are going to a laugh break in the middle of the day. It may seem frivolous to someone. That's not everybody that's going to want to focus so much on student learning and teaching. Some people, you want to be at a university setting where they can do research. If so, Richland isn't the place. So we are very clear with our values when we have our hiring teams, and before someone leaves after a second level interview, they have to sign our hiring non-negotiables. And they agree to do the professional development that we require. Again, if they don't want to do it, then this isn't a fit for them. But we don't want to surprise them. We don't want to hire them, and then they go, if you tell me I had 36 hours of professional development I had to do, I wouldn't be here. We don't want that kind of reaction. So we need to tell them up front, here's what we're about, and if you're a fit with us, then we think that you will be a good employee with us. But we do not want you to come on if you don't feel like this meets your needs and matches what you need. So that's what the hiring non-negotiables are. I mentioned the Visiting Scholar Program. We have traditional and non-traditional recruitment sources. When we begin to try to recruit adjunct faculty that looked more like our service area, boy, did we have trouble getting African Americans and Hispanics that had master's degrees that could teach where we needed them to teach. Well, you know what? We were advertising in the Dallas Morning News. That's not the best place sometimes to get everybody, because if you look at the Dallas Morning News, their readership is declining, and it just wasn't reaching who we needed to reach. So we found out that one of the best places to reach African American professionals was in African American churches. Take our ad to the bulletin boards in the African American churches, and you get a lot more response. So it was a learning moment for us when an African American friend of mine said, you're advertising in the wrong place, Jean. So, we have to do these kinds of things if we're going to do what we need to do for students. We have an adjunct faculty recruitment report where we actually ask the deans to report after every semester their efforts in recruiting and the results. And we want to know it broken down by ethnicity. We want our faculty to reflect the student demographics in our service area. We have multiple listening and learning methods. We have a listening outpost where each of us signs up for an hour just to be down by the student gathering area for people just to drop by and talk to us about whatever, Steve included. And so we just, at various hours, we sign up to be there, just to be available. Sometimes people don't want to walk up to the second floor. It's inconvenient, or they just don't want to take the time or whatever, so we try to take ourselves to them and do the listening there. We have the Council for Teaching and Learning and Council for Community Building. Both of those are cross-functional. We have our experiential workshops, and we do all this as much as possible for adjunct as well as full-time. I mentioned the services we have for the adjunct faculty. We feel like that it is incredibly important for adjunct faculty to feel valued and to have all the services they need in order to teach our students successfully. So we have an office that is just for adjunct faculty. Adjunct faculty do not go to the various disciplines and work from there. They work from a single office. We call it the Access Office. These are some of the services that we have for them. We have professional development, and we pay them to go to professional development. We have information services. We have computers there. We have mailboxes and telephones. We have copying and clerical services. We have a few private small offices, because many times if a student needs to visit with an adjunct faculty, there's not a good place for them to go. So we have offices for that to occur. We have socializing space because they bond. We have an adjunct faculty council. This office is open from 7 in the morning till 10 at night, from 8 to 4 on Saturday, and we're starting to open on Sunday. So, so we believe that these kinds of services help adjunct faculty to help students, and also help adjunct faculty to want to stay involved. I talk a bit about professional development. We do have a strong professional development requirement. We call it, surprisingly, Underwater Organizational Learning Institute. We have a 36-hour minimum core requirement for all faculty and staff. We have an employee professional development transcript, so that when we do our end-of-year evaluation, they have to bring their transcript showing that they've got the 36 hours. We have adjunct faculty professional development certificates, and if they reach a certain level in the certificate, then they get preferential treatment in assigning classes as to when the classes meet and so forth. The core requirements for brand new faculty are the 36 hours that everyone else takes, but in addition, new faculty also do Visions of Excellence, which is a district-wide program where they learn about teaching techniques. They do cooperative learning. I mentioned that all new faculty have to learn cooperative learning. And then we ask them to do a 16-hour series of either a conversation group, uncommittee, or formation. Let me tell you about uncommittee. You know, you have lots of committees, so you have to have one that's an uncommittee. This is actually sort of a book club. We set aside, I believe, 6 different books during the year that are chosen by a committee that we all agree to read. We go back and forth between fiction and nonfiction, and we read one book a month, and then we come together and discuss the book. There's no leader. It is a free and open discussion. What is interesting is it is truly across the campus group. And we during the week that we're going to have the discussion, you'll have a discussion on a Monday night, a Tuesday night, a Wednesday night, and a Thursday night, or a late afternoon, so that people can come surely one of those nights. But you have people from all over the campus. We have groundskeepers that come. We have maintenance people. We have faculty. We have staff. We have all levels. Anyone who wants to read the book comes. You get to know people on a totally different level when you discuss a book with someone who's been out mowing the lawn, because they look at things from the environment. They look at things in a different way because they've not been in the classroom. It's a wonderful way to make connections and to grow this culture and climate of cohesiveness. The adjunct faculty, I told you we had a professional development certificate. They have a basic certificate of 18 to 24 hours, which includes intercultural competence. We have a very diverse campus. We feel that we need to help all of our faculty and staff understand multiculturalism and be sensitive to other cultures. And so this is a required part of their getting their basic certificate. The intermediate certificate goes to a higher level of the multicultural competence. And then the last certificate adds learning styles and the Socratic pedagogy. This is information about our employee learning. As you can see, through our colleague system, we can see the employee learning, the number of hours. I don't know if you can see this or not, but okay. The first little category is exceeds the professional development. That's the first line. Maybe you can see that from your end better than I can. The second one is the new employee orientation. The third group is the cooperative learning group. And the next one is visions of excellence for new employees. And again, you can see the targets and the measures there to see if our folks have actually taken advantage of all of these learning opportunities. This is employee satisfaction with recognition. We do this through a campus quality survey. One side being employees rewarded for job performance and how satisfied they are with that. And then the other side on the right, administrators recognize employees. And again, their satisfaction level with those areas of recognition, which is an important part also of our culture, that faculty and staff need to feel recognized, honored, and valued. Particularly if we're going to ask them to do all of these extra things, they've got to feel like that we care about them as people and as professionals. And finally, I'll get to the end, which are the lessons we think that we may want to share with you. And that is, we think learning options are critical. We think learning options related to style, to interactivity, for flexibility are critical to student success. We think instructional support for both students and faculty is very important. We think it must come from a coordinated, cohesive framework that Steve mentioned, the whole performance model. Everything has to come from your mission, from your vision, and all of the strategic planning that we do, the QEP, the KPIs, the coordinating board, everything has to be a cohesive mix so that it makes sense to people and they don't feel like you're hitting them from 6 different directions all the time. And it can feel that way if it's not all together in a cohesive framework. And then we must have engagement and accountability. We've got to measure what we do so that we can prove to ourselves and to others that we are doing what we think we are, and if we're not, that we're getting ready to make some improvements. Thank you very much.
Let's take time for 1 or 2 questions, and we'll still have time at the end, but see if there's a burning question that anyone has at this time for Gene.
I'd like to ask, what type of reward system are you offering for all of the training and the adjunct training such as going on?
As I mentioned, the adjunct faculty do get paid an hourly stipend when they go. So that's one of their rewards, is they actually do get financial help. The other, as I said, is they get preferential treatment in scheduling because, you know, full-time faculty get to pick out what they want to teach, and then adjunct are sort of left. So we try to give them preferential treatment if they've had the training.
Is there a place where we can look to see what you've done in assessing your core curriculum? Is there any place on your website where we could look at it, or any other way to see it?
Other than what we've got here, end of year report.
There's something in your application.
Well, but she's talking about just assessing the core curriculum. That would be what Carol's, Lester, and maybe a contact person.
Yeah, but are you talking about the results, or are you talking about how we go about it? Maybe I need to clarify there.
Well, the results would probably be interesting, but what I'm really looking for is how you go about doing it.
Okay, then we do have the QEP website, So they could go on the web and look up QEP, and you'll see quite a bit there. Under institutional effectiveness, is that where it is?
No. That's actually under QEP. They have their own website.
Have their own website. Okay, so go there, and then also we will put you in touch with the person who coordinates it, whose name is Mary Frances Gibbons, and I imagine that her email address is mfgibbons@dcccd.edu.
Okay, let's take one more question at this point, please.
Ann had her hand up, too.
When you do program reviews with your disciplines, how do you define program completers?
You did that, Fonda. You helped them figure the program completers.
Well, we use the state's definition, the graduates. I mean, they're graduates. That's how we define it. We use the state's definition for graduates and placement of graduates, and over a period of time. So we use that standard. It's the coordinating board standard.
I'm going to go up. I think what you're asking is how do people that are deciding what they need to think, know, or do as a program completer. Is that what you're asking?
Let's say English.
Okay.
That's a discipline, but how do you determine what program completers are in English?
Okay. It's anyone who has finished a sophomore level English class. So rather than two, they finished one, so they've had...
At Richland.
At Richland, right.
Yeah.
At Richland, right. Yeah, and that's true. They all had to determine what is a completer in our course. You know, what do they have to do in biology? Because they have a number of options at the sophomore level. So what do they have to have completed for us to consider it a program completer? So that was a discussion they had. Yeah. As I said, they were some very robust discussions.
Good. Thank you, Jean. I know there are many other questions, and we'll hopefully be able to come back to those at the end. So if you have a question, please make a note. I also have some questions from some of our internet folks, so we'll try to address those at the end of the program. At this point, I'd like to introduce Kay Eggleston. Kay is Vice President for Institutional Effectiveness and Economic Development. And, I've known Kay for some time, and she, along with the other leadership team, has been extremely instrumental in the work that they've done. And she's going to be talking about creating their systems and processes to achieve high performance. And I know in my work with higher education, this is an area that we're not real comfortable with. What do we mean by processes? What do we mean by systems? That gets a little too businessy for us. So, Kay, we look forward to your topic on this.
Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to be here today with all of you and to be invited by the coordinating board. And we look forward to this being just the start of hopefully a dialogue that will continue between your institutions and ours, and we are certainly here to help in any way that we can help each of you also in your respective work along the very important areas that we are all engaged in. My remarks this afternoon will probably be a little briefer than the other presentations, and that's to be sure that we have enough time to have question and answer at the very end of the day, too. And this presentation on creating systems and processes doesn't follow a specific Baldrige-related category, but sort of takes bits and elements of a number of areas that come together to help create that structure for continuous performance excellence. And I'll be followed then by Fonda Vera, who's going to give some real nuts and bolts of how we actually go about constructing that measurement system and the benchmarks we look at and the comparatives. So we're kind of doing a bit of layering here. And my work at Richland over these past 9 years has sort of been what we call Mother Baldrige or the Baldroid and other endearing terms that my colleagues have given me. But I have to say that in the spirit of a true passion for the power of this framework to help move an organization forward. and to continuously achieve higher goals. And so you're going to be hearing from a true missionary as we speak throughout the day, because the power of this lens that we use to look at and do the work that we do is just so incredibly powerful, and I find that to be more so each day that we continue to work with it. The areas that I'm going to speak about this afternoon briefly will be how we go about strategic planning, how we listen and learn from our students and stakeholders, some comments about process management at Richland, benchmarking, and some lessons to share. Now, we talked this morning about using Baldrige as a way to help sharpen our priorities. And about this time of the day, I'm going to ask just everyone stand up. Why don't you stand up a second, close your eyes, and I want you to close your eyes. Don't look at your neighbors, but just take a big stretch break and point south. Don't look, point south. Some of you aren't pointing anywhere. That is the 115 doldrums. Okay, let's open our eyes and take a look. This is what most strategic planning efforts at our institutions look like, isn't it? Yeah. We're all pointing different ways, but thinking that we are all in unison. And so take a nice deep breath and sit down. That will be our stretch break for the moment. What Baldrige helped us to do at Richland was to take that kind of example and instead enable us to, as we so lovingly say, get our ducks all in a row. 4 strategic planning priorities that every employee can recite. If you come to Richland and you walk our grounds and you find the groundskeeper who's emptying the trash and you say, can you tell me what this college's strategic planning priorities are? You know what? He or she will be able to tell you. And further, if you say, and what is the work that you do here, and how does that contribute to the college's mission? He or she will be able to tell you what the college's mission is, and with great pride tell you what the job they are doing, what role that plays in the institution being able to achieve its goals. And it's ties into everything. QEP efforts, the groundskeeper, it is to create an environment in which students can learn. And that ties into then how they assess in their QEP and how we're achieving our mission and vision. So if you come to our college and visit with us and with employees, I think that you will see across the board that we have a shared vision, a shared mission, and a shared understanding of our strategic priorities. And so guess what? We have a much greater chance of being able to achieve those because, first of all, we all know what they are, and we're all committed to them, and we measure our results and celebrate those achievements. So the Baldrige lens helped us to sharpen our priorities from a great number to 4. We started with 5. We figured, 5 fingers, we could remember 5, but we have 4 at this time. It also helped us to see planning as a process, not planning as the once-a-year institutional activity, whether it be in retreat off somewhere, and God forbid it be on a weekend, because then you also have to give up your precious weekend time to do this planning, to put together this plan that then goes in a nice binder on the shelf and gets pulled out at the end of the year, at which we say, oh, we didn't quite reach that, or that, or that, but too bad, the year's over. We'll try again next year. We learned that planning really is a process. It is an ongoing process, and it's a living process. We learned a lot about not only developing the plan, but deploying the plan, and having methods to look at results and then make modifications to the plan and then continue forward. So we were systematized, and as Brian said this morning, we were not engaged in random acts of either greatness or the opposite. We learned how to use our feedback reports. And those feedback reports were just full of wonderful, wonderful opportunities for improvement. But through our strategic planning efforts, we then had a mechanism to look at those, to prioritize, to first of all look for low-hanging fruit, to see what we could really improve initially, and put that into our ongoing cycles of improvement. And we sort of think now in terms of cycles of improvement. We even get excited about thinking about cycles of improvement. Right, Fonda? In other words, we're constantly looking for ways that we can improve what we're doing and ways to do better tomorrow than we did today. And so it becomes a mindset of an energy that's created about wanting to do better, wanting to have higher performance results, wanting student success, because that's what we're all about. And of course, it helped us in creating our performance measurement system. So I'm going to take us back to our performance excellence model, because we use that as our 20,000-foot view to help keep the whole process together, and focus just now on the strategic planning element. And I'm going to talk a little about our strategic planning retreat. We have that each August. And we go about this and have gone about this over time in ways that have yielded us increasingly more positive results and more buy-in and more involvement. We prepare for our strategic planning retreat each year with selected readings that our Thunder team, the senior leadership team, and our expanded Thunder team, which is our institutional research and effectiveness team of 3, and I'm sure that question will come up later. You must have a big office of planning and research. And actually we don't. We have an incredibly talented and efficient team of 3 and our QEP coordinator who help with us in our enrollment management dean. And so we have selected readings each year so that we can take ourselves outside our normal framework of operating. So for example, the Collins book, Good to Great, and then we engaged in an activity of determining our hedgehog concept. You know, what can you be the best in the world at? What drives your engine? What are you passionate about? And we went through that exercise together. And for us, our hedgehog was that we felt that our real niche and what we could be the best at was transfer education. And so our emphasis is in the transfer program. We do not have a really large technical occupational component at Richland, and we continue to have that focus, that hedgehog, be in front of us. So we'll use readings like that. The Clue Train Manifesto, The World is Flat, books such as these that help us think about the world in a little different way than how we might typically approach our strategic planning. We look, of course, at environmental scanning information, like you all do. We get the labor market data, the interlinked data. We'll look at the census data, and all of that will be nicely packaged and put together by our team. Trend data over 5 years, minimum of 5 years for every measure that we have in our current performance measurement system. Any new measure we're thinking about adding, we will bring in a significant amount of trend data. Now, what happened to us over the years in our real commitment to being data-informed and not data-driven was that Fonda and her team would bring in all these wonderful charts and all this beautiful data, and the senior leadership team would sit and look, and, you know, the attention span of a senior leadership team varies greatly, between about this much and maybe this much for that type of activity. And so we found that Fonda and her team were, you know, really excited about all of this, but not everyone else would stay quite as engaged. And so we now have what we call preparation accountability. Kind of sounds like preparation H. I don't know. It's not similar. It's similar. No. But I think I'm going to take that to production, and I might be able to get a patent on that. What we do is each of the areas of our performance data that is going to become part of our targets and measures, each of the vice presidents takes ownership of that specific area that is in their realm of responsibility, and they have to be the champion for that target and measure discussion, and for proposing the new target, defending it to the peer VPs, who won't let you get by with, oh, that's kind of a, not really a stretch target. And they have to champion having analyzed that trend data, putting meaning behind it, discussing it, and bringing forth the recommendations. So our sessions are much livelier and much more meaningful, and then, of course, we are the respected people who will be responsible for achieving those as we go through the year. And so that preparation accountability has been a huge improvement for us in terms of the buy-in and really the meaningfulness of that strategic plan that we then put in place. Each year we do an institution-wide SWOT analysis, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Jean talked about the SWOT analysis at the program level, and that is done with the deans in the programs, and then we do an institution-wide one as well. And then we also do a gap analysis of our survey results. Fonda will speak about the nationally normed surveys that we do each year. And we have a very elaborate analysis of any survey that we do, in which we will pull out the most significant data. We will give actions for improvement, the gap, but to close the gap and track that. And she's going to explain that in more detail. But we feel very strongly, if we're going to expend the funds to do institution-wide surveys or samples, and then if we're not going to do anything with that data, then why expend the effort? And so we do a great deal of study of the gaps in those results, and have had some wonderful results in closing gaps. We use the Mobius strip metaphor, and we do believe in the power of metaphor in our work at Richland, and try to layer those metaphors. And so we put our whole strategic planning calendar on top of a Mobius strip, with the idea that we will have outward targets of activities or reports throughout the year that can be mapped across that 12-month flow on the strip. And then we have green dots at each month, which we call our inner work, which is monitoring our monthly report card to see how well we're doing. And we say that we want to have and that's our inner work, our inside the institution. The other milestones are outer, because they are reports and deliverables, either to the board or to other accountability groups. And that we want to show that very consistent and seamless effort between our inner and our outer work. So I'm going to quickly walk you through a typical planning year. Each August, then, we would update our 5-year strategic plan and our 1-year operational plan, and formalize our QEP for that year. In September, as you do, we start the new academic year, and our board at that point adopts our budget. Our budget process is integrally tied with our planning process. And in September, we finalize then our key performance indicator measures. That we have done all this pre-work in the strategic planning retreat, our targets and measures. And we will begin to deploy the plan and take that down to the both the organizational actions and the departmental and individual actions. In October and November, we now have the end of the previous year results that have come in, and our research office has analyzed those, and we begin to look at any operational plan modifications that may need to occur based on the end-of-year results, because when we conclude the year, any area that we did not achieve our expected performance on must roll into the plan for the subsequent year. So in December, then, we publish our official end-of-year report, and in January, we are now looking at beginning to update plans into the mid-year. February and March, we're doing mid-year reviews. April, we begin the budget planning cycle for the next year again. And in May, we finalize and submit the operational plan for the following year. And in June and July, we work with our board in final development of our budget for the next year, and we do all our end-of-year progress discussions. And so this is what the entire year looks like. As I mentioned, all of the green dots are the monthly assessments of our performance to target using our stoplight system, and all of the other months have key expectations that are outlined, and then this model is shared, of course, with all of our faculty and staff, so that we all know what is expected of us at each given month. All of this reflects our methodology that uses the approach, deploy, learn, and integrate components. And so as we go through each cycle, we are always looking to identify our approaches, and then how we are going to deploy those approaches. And then obviously we look at the results, which will come from the deployment, and then what are the key learnings that are obtained from that, and how can we then integrate that institution-wide. And so that process is used over and over with regard to our strategic planning efforts and our performance measurement efforts. And so to close that loop, and I find that's the hardest thing for us, I think, as institutions. It's, you know, we can set the targets or we can set the goals, but then the plans that actually are the deployment, and then taking that through to results, and then from those results identifying the gaps and plugging that gap, management of that gap into the next cycle, or even better, being able to address it mid-cycle in a just-in-time intervention. So we talk a lot, we call this the ADLI methodology, ADLI, approach, deploy, learn, and integrate. It is also the plan, do, check, act. But that check, act, the learning and integration part is often the hardest part to really implement, and yet that's where the greatest success can come, because you don't want every part of the institution having to reinvent the wheel all the time. I mean, we're wanting to look at how we can learn across the organization and raise the performance level all the way across, not just pockets or silos of excellence, but true performance excellence totally across the institution. Our Baldrige lens taught us this, taught us the power of ADLI and of the cycles of improvement. So let's talk a little about another element that's so important in our Baldrige approach, and that is, how do we listen and learn? And I kind of like that phrase. It's throughout the Baldrige terminology, listening and learning. That's not easy to do, to truly listen. But Baldrige asks us to really listen and learn from your customers and stakeholders, or in the education criteria, from students and stakeholders. And so as a result of that effort in Baldridge, we have had to learn how to determine the needs and expectations of our students. Truly define the needs and expectations, not what we just kind of thought, but really look at that in depth. And to define our student and market segments. Steve Middlestead went over those 4 this morning. I'll refer to them in another slide in a couple of minutes. It asks us to be really customer focused. And boy, that's kind of a hard phrase for us in education, I think. First of all, even the term customer, we didn't use that term a lot through our Baldridge journey. We use it a lot more now. We're much more comfortable because, you know, in our heart of hearts now, I think we really do understand that education is a business, that in order to be effective, we have to be both efficient and effective. We really have to look at ways to be very good stewards of our resources because we're not-for-profit institutions as well. There isn't a lot of slack resources for us. So the more we become familiar with the Baldridge way of and the non-prescriptive nature of it, we're more comfortable with some of that language, which we really didn't use across our college as a whole. But in fact, we do believe that we are a business. Our business is education, and our business is student learning. And our customer is the student, but they are also our stakeholder. And so it's just not quite as clean as, you know, the customer who comes to buy new tires for the car. And it's a little more complex relationship, but what we're looking at, what are the key elements, has helped us to be more customer focused. It's helped us to really look at building relationships. And after all, it is all about the relationship. Students have choices. In most all of our areas that we live, students have choices. So how do we become the institution of choice versus another institution that they can choose to go to? And so for us, it was learning about building the relationship and about determining satisfaction. You know, if you don't want to know, I guess you don't ask. And if you don't ask, you'll never know. And we'll just go along our merry way. But in truth, as we have learned to build the relationship, to determine satisfaction, what we're trying to do is build loyalty. We truly are building a relationship and customers for life because we have students whose parents have come to us, whose relatives, whose children are coming to us, whose wives and spouses are coming to us, friends, you know. And so as a community college, certainly rooted in the community, there is the opportunity to build that loyalty because we say that we are all about lifelong learning. And so when we also look at our data and we see how many students come into our institutions in any given semester, and then how many of them don't come back the next semester, if you take that number and apply a dollar figure to that in terms of, you know, your loss, your opportunity loss, it's huge because we're putting all this money into recruiting and marketing and bringing new students in. But what about the ones who were here with us and didn't come back? If we kept all of them and then added more new students, we would be far more efficient and more effective. So our listening and learning approaches have helped us to really approach this in a different and a more expansive way. So we did map our student requirements. I'm not going to go into the details of this, but we just give you examples to show you these are the kinds of things that you're asked to do. And in truth, these are really good exercises to be about anyway, because the discussion is so robust and it causes you to think differently about what it is we're doing, why are we doing it, is it really important, is it not important? And so our requirements and expectations, you have to define for yourself how you break down those your broadest student groups. And we did in terms of technical and transfer students, and then further down into the target market requirements. I mean, what do your students require? And our 4 student groups we talked about as our key targets, our high school students, our current dual credit students, including our RCHS students, older adults, and our Latino Hispanic students. And then we mapped out, what were their requirements and expectations. We did the same exercise for our stakeholders, and we defined stakeholders as our governing and accrediting groups. That would be the coordinating board and others, such as SACS. Other schools, which would be many of you here in the audience, like, UNT and TWU and other schools that we partner with, K through 12 schools that we work with, feeder schools, employers of our graduates, and then our faculty and staff that we consider to be our stakeholders as well. And so how did we go then, and do we go about listening and learning? We extensively use student surveys, and we analyze and act on those surveys. We do focus groups. We disaggregate the data, segment it, and boy, that was a hard lesson for us to learn in our Baldrige journey. At first, our position was, we don't need to segment data. We didn't understand the value of that. We said, we have faculty and staff, they're all employees, we don't need to segment. Well, we learned over time that, in fact, we did need to segment, and we learned why we needed to segment, that we really couldn't put into place specific interventions if we were looking at a group in the global sense. And so we have found that the more we segment, the richer the data, and the better the interventions to cause us to have increasing results. And so that was a lesson along the way that we learned as we became more comfortable with doing this, and more comfortable with, once we find this out, then what are we going to do? So it was a process of over time, but it was such an important learning for us. And then we use electronic feedback methods, blogs and customer feedback, student feedback, electronic methods. Of course, like you do, personal contacts. We have the elaborate council structure that we mentioned earlier today, and ways for broad-based groups to give input all the way through to the senior leadership. Our student government, students and student government leaders sit on our president's cabinet and are involved in all of our council structures, because we're helping to mentor them as young leaders, as well as we need the voice of the student in everything that we do, so that we don't forget why we're there and who we're there to serve. And for many of us, that has been a very difficult revelation. We are here to serve students first and foremost, and students are number one. And everything we do is because it positively impacts students and their success. And that is a message we say over and over and over again. We're meeting new challenges with that, because now with this tremendous burgeoning of online courses, and we have faculty who are doing some traditional courses, but guess what? Their classes aren't making, but the online ones are, and they may be very senior and not faculty and been doing it for a long time, and they want their classes at 9 and 10, but that's not where the demand is now. And so working through those issues of what's number one and who are we here to serve. So listening and learning has been really an important part of that. We do a lot of departmental point of service surveys. Those are analyzed in the departments. Fonda's office helps with that, and that also is part of process improvement. And we talked about Outposts, a great deal of targeted outreach to the particular target ethnic, Latino, Hispanic, and African American communities. Okay, our process management. Our Baldrige lens also taught us about defining our core competencies, our key processes. We all have lots of processes, but what is key? And you start there with key processes and requirements and defining those processes, then implementing them, managing the processes, and then improving them. Not just being satisfied with seems to be running smoothly, but how can we take it to a higher level? How can we improve it? How can we reduce cycle time? I mean, that's a terminology that would cause us to shudder in education for the most part. But in fact, the length of time that students have to wait in line to register, that is a cycle time issue. I mean, there are numerous matriculation issues that are cycle time improvement opportunities. So, learning how to do that, and then being able to have the ability to innovate. So how do we go about our process improvement? First, for our key processes, we use a SIPOC methodology. You can use any methodology you want, but we used a supplier, the input, the process, the output, and the customer, drawn from a lean manufacturing focus, to document all our processes. The main thing is you just have to get what are the elements of your process down on paper so you can even look at it. We really work with departmental process owners because they're the people who really know how to improve the processes. We incorporate survey results from the surveys we do. We get the data from our KPIs, from the monthly reviews. We look at other institutions that are doing better and best processes. Doesn't always have to be the best, but if they're doing better than we are, we're interested in what they're doing. And then we use a lot of cross-functional teams to improve processes. And the 8-step method that Steve mentioned earlier, we use this little light bulb chart to show that. We actually have forms for all these. In your links page, you have direct links to all the forms that we use if you're interested. But this is what we call the PIIP process, and most of these are done by cross-functional teams. Anyone can initiate it. In any department can pull together a team, cross-disciplinary team. We track these monthly according to estimated completion date, and are they on target with completion of the PIIP, and what are the results, and those results get posted on the intranet for all to be able to use and see. Our benchmarking process, we formalized that. We have a form for that as well. It has helped us to focus on areas of high priority because, that you could spend your whole life benchmarking. But we looked at what are, for this past year, 5 areas that if we could improve these 5 areas in our key performance indicators, we would be really pleased at the results. And so that's where our benchmarking efforts were placed. And then we went out and sought selective best-in-class or better-in-class comparisons, and then documented the results. Where do we go? Well, we go through benchmarking consortia like the National Community College Benchmark Project out of Johnson Community College in Kansas. It's a great source. Previous TAPE and Baldrige recipients, a wealth of information. We have learned so much from them. And they're the website, for instance, the Baldrige website has the applications of previous recipients. You can go and download those, read them, study them. There's just so much to learn from other recipient organizations. And then there's a whole host of other things we look at. As a result of this effort, the lessons that I'd like to just share with you is that what we find is that it is really important to focus on what is key. This can all seem overwhelming. You pick up that criteria book, or you start to read it, or you go to an overview session and go, oh my goodness, this is way too much work. And so what we believe is so important is, first of all, take a step back and focus on what is key. And then realize that, cycles of improvement occur over time. And so this is not something that you do just in one year or in one time, but that focusing on what's key will help you to get rid of some of the extraneous and the things that are distracting, and will help you have much greater focus to your work. Communicating the plan is just critical, and we are constantly working to try to do a better job of that at Richland. people need to hear the plan, at the fall convocation, both verbally and in writing, and reinforced in many different ways as you do in your institutions. And so we're constantly about communicating the plan. We also think that it's just really important to have a results-oriented focus, but it is so important to not be data-driven, because it will turn people off in the institution, because it is about people. And so what we say over and over is the data helps inform us, but we make the decisions based on the data. The data don't make the decisions. The data inform the professionals in the organization to be able to make wise decisions. And then we take action and we evaluate again. Learning to really listen deeply to students and stakeholders takes a lot of time, a lot of effort, but it is amazing what we learn when we really listen about what's really important and what's not so important. For us, what has been really critical is to emphasize continual improvement. We aren't going to achieve a change from here to here in 1 year, but we can get from here to here next year and here to here, and over a course of time. This process is about sustained results over time. It's not a flash in the pan activity. And so what we try to reinforce at Richland is that this is for the long term. This is how we work, how we do our business. It's not something separate. It's not something that's coming and going away, but it is how we do our work. And then, of course, fostering the ownership and accountability. It won't move forward if this is the institutional research office thing, or it is a particular vice president's thing over here in some office. But until it's incorporated into the fabric of the organization and all of the senior leadership team is talking about improvement, and this is how we do business, and this is what we're about. And truly what we're about is creating that environment in which students can learn and faculty can teach and help and guide students. So it's about how we create that environment in which we can achieve that. And so the ownership has to start with the leadership team, but that has to also go across the entire organization, because we really believe that true change will not happen until everyone believes they are a leader in the organization and empowered to help achieve that change. And Sister Mary Jean Ryan says it so beautifully. She's the CEO of Sisters of St. Mary Healthcare System, the first healthcare Baldrige recipient organization. She's in St. Louis, and she talked about, here she is the CEO of this enormous healthcare conglomerate organization with like 15,000 employees. And she said she came to the realization that whatever she did, whatever she said, she could not do it all by herself, and she couldn't make it happen across all these organizations until she could help every employee see that truly the leader was within each one of them. And once they could see that they were the leader in helping to achieve the vision of their organization, or for us, that all of our faculty, staff, administrators are the leaders of Richland being able to achieve its vision of being the best place we can be for learning, for teaching, for building sustainable local and world community. It wasn't going to happen until it could happen at the individual level. I thought that was a truly powerful message that she imparted back to us. And that's all of our role. It's to help our organizations be able to have the processes and the systems to be truly effective and increasingly more effective each year than the previous year. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Many excellent points there from your lessons learned and throughout, and we appreciate that very much. Let's take time for a couple of questions at this point.
I'm off the hook. Yes.
Many of the older colleges have an ingrained culture. So how do you break that culture barrier? I mean, we're talking about a culture that may go back 80 to 100 years. How do you change that?
Well, on the good side, culture develops over years and years. So if we look deeply, there are probably some elements in that culture that are worthy of retaining and building on. And so maybe that's a place to begin. Because the culture is so important. And the other element to that is we are all in our institutions at a point where we're having an increasingly large number of people who are of retirement age, retiring, leaving. And so, as Jean spoke, we are being extremely proactive in our hiring practices for the new people that we're bringing in. And actually hiring, we'll call it hiring for right fit. And we've enumerated what are those characteristics, what it is we want in the new employees, the new faculty, the new employees we're hiring in. And we are actually, through behavioral interviewing, questioning and interviewing candidates to that, and then with our finalist candidates, they actually are signing a statement saying if they are the selected candidate, they will, they understand that they will abide by all of our expectations for our values, our culture, our professional development expectations, et cetera. And then the training, orientation and mentoring and development over the first 3 years, very intense to bring this new generation in with a mindset that is really in this direction, that we're really wanting to go. Do we have people at Richland who are cynics or who, want to be contentious? Of course we do. Every institution has that. But what we try to do is not let that become the focus that prohibits the organization from moving forward. And that's a difficult thing. I mean, I think your question is a very, very challenging question to all of us. There is not a simple answer for that question. I think it's multi-pronged. The other thing is, I would ask, what is the position of your senior leadership team? Do you have a president who really sees that this is a direction you want to go, that student learning is first and foremost, and increasing performance expectations and increasing results is what it's all about, and that takes energy and effort and tons of hard work? And do you have a president and a senior leadership team that have that as their frame of reference? If not, can they get it? Yes. The reason you're all here today is because, you have a commitment to it, and you're representing maybe, 40-some, 50 institutions in Texas. So right here we have an incredible core of organizations and leadership here. But then the other is, as you have turnover in your senior leadership areas, it creates another opportunity for hiring again for a new vision for your institution.
Yeah, I think that we all realize that it works from the top down. It has to go from that direction. The bottom line is that you have issues with faculty and staff that have been with you for 40-plus years.
Yes. Yeah.
I'd like to add something, too. Peer pressure is a very powerful force, and if you can work with a strong core of people who are committed to continuous improvement, what I've seen happen at our college, they literally, without doing a thing except high performance, embarrass their colleagues into also high performance. For me, peer pressure is one of the most effective methods of bringing everyone around. And it's not intimidation, it's just you see your colleagues sitting over in the next office and you see all the wonderful things they're doing, and it just kind of embarrasses you if you're not also trying to do the same kind of thing.
I think there are a couple other variables there to consider as well, Dan, and that is the structure that you put into place in the institution. Because over time, that structure will influence behavior. But again, it takes time. And the second variable is the values. Steve talked a lot this morning about the Thunder values and how those are communicated and reinforced. And so it's really the adoption of those values that will reinforce and sustain a continuous improvement effort over time, along with structures you put into place that collectively will help to move that direction. But you're right on when you say, from an institutional standpoint, if the president or CEO is not on board, it's very difficult.
And when your structure has been the same for X amount of years, that doesn't change.
Right.
I mean, you've got a difficult path there that we've got to...
Well, and there are small ways to start. You can partner with other institutions and just, looking at other strategies. It may be, for instance, we're about to have our 35th anniversary this year, so we're using that opportunity. We're calling it Reinventing Richland, and it's giving us an opportunity to re-examine all of these elements. So, if you're perhaps facing a landmark institutional, you're approaching your 25th or your 40th or 100th or whatever, it's a time to reflect, a time to celebrate the past, looking to the future. I just think it has to happen often on multiple fronts, and it takes a lot of time. It's not going to turn over overnight. But on the other hand, if you don't, start, it's never going to happen. And then does it become like entropy? It pulls the whole organization down. Meanwhile, there's competition out there, increasing numbers of students and online rather than on-campus courses, and they can select anywhere to go to. And so we then look at, is our enrollment being affected? Are there, other things that you can attach to that have significant implications that sort of become an impetus to move forward?
Great. Thank you very much.
Good. Let's take a very quick 5-minute break. Back wall clock says 5 after 2. At 10 minutes after 2, we will start again. Thank you.
Already we've lost half the last.
Is it under professional?
It's under professional development under Richland's thing, yeah, I do. Okay, so it should be there, okay? And my card's here if you can't find it. My card is in the packet, right behind K's, and you can email me and I'll give you a link.
I think one of the points that Steve made this morning and that Kay reinforced, I think it's an interesting distinction, is that their processes and their performance excellence are data-informed rather than being data-driven. And I think Fonda's probably going to talk about that a little bit more. And so I'm pleased to introduce Fonda Vera. She is their Dean of Planning and Research for Institutional Effectiveness at Richland.
Well, I know all of you have been sitting there saying to yourselves, I just can't wait till they get to the measurement part, because that's the part that people usually look forward to, so here it is. I'm going to talk to you about how we've used Baldrige for performance measurement, analysis, and knowledge management. And as you heard Steve and Kay say, at Richland we say that we are data-informed, we are not data-driven. Another tenet that we use is we turn to wonder, we do not rush to judgment. And we like to talk about, when we analyze data, we like to talk about it as peeling an onion. You peel back the layers of the onion to see the innermost elements, looking for the root cause. So keep that in mind, because I'm about to show you a lot of data. Okay, the way the session will go is I'll mention just briefly our cycle of improvement, which several of the other speakers have already mentioned. And then the way this presentation will be laid out is following our cycle of improvement. Approaches, deployment of the approaches, the results and our key learnings, and then how we integrate and share our key learnings, and then finally, lessons to share. Once again, this is our performance excellence model, and I just wanted to give you an idea of the areas within the performance excellence model that I'll be covering today. As you saw before, the cycle of improvement that we use, we call ADLI, approach, deploy, learn, and integrate. So let's start with our approaches. As Kay's already showed you, we display our strategic planning timeline on the Mobius strip. And we do this to emphasize the continuous nature of strategic planning. What I'll be talking about is what happens here in August at our 3-day strategic planning retreat. And then you might see the little green dots all along the strip. Those are our monthly report card meetings. So I'll be talking about that as well. The most important decision, I think, that was made at Richland College over the last 10 years is the decision to start following the Baldrige criteria. But the second most important decision was the design of what I call our comprehensive institutional measurement system. And this is just the first page of the measurement system. You have a link to it in your packet, so if you want to see the entire thing, you can go to that link and download a copy. This management system is based on the 4 strategic planning priority goals, which Steve has already mentioned to you, our 16 key performance indicators, and by the way, all of our strategic planning documents are color-coded. And we do that so it just makes it easier for people to read. Our strategic planning priorities are always in purple. Our key performance indicators always in green. Our measures are in black. And our targets are in blue. And if you look down the side here, the stars indicate the measures that are strategic. All the other measures are operational. During our 3-day strategic planning retreat, we literally review every strategic planning priority, every key performance indicator, and every measure. And we review these to make sure is this document still giving us the kind of data that we need to help us make decisions. And as Kay mentioned, all of the vice presidents come with their homework. They're prepared to discuss each of the measures and propose targets for 1 year out, 3 years out, and 5 years out. And we select our measures. The most important thing is a measure has to yield actionable data. If a measure does not yield actionable data, there's not much point in having it. A measure has to have data that's available on a regular basis. We have to be able, or we should be able, to compare the data that we get to some other institution. That's very helpful. But the other really important thing is the measure has to be significant at the institutional level. We measure lots of things at the departmental level, but this document represents the kinds of things that are important at the institutional level. Every year when we look at this document, my office tries to improve it just a little bit so that it's more user-friendly. So this last year, one of the main improvements that we made is when you look at this document on the internet, you can click on any of the measures, and what comes up is a very clear definition of that measure. Trend data, this is the measure, this is the rationale for the measure. We have trend data and a little graph. And then at the bottom, I've provided the source code that I use to pull the data out of our colleague system. That way, if I get hit by a truck, somebody can still keep pulling this data. So people seem to like this, and so we like to do these kinds of improvements because we want this to be a living, used document. And I'm just going to show you some examples so you can see how it works, some of the measures. One of our measures is the contact hours that we generate from our dual credit tech prep programs. We set our targets for 1 year out, 3 years out, and 5 years out. And these get reviewed every year, so if we come to the end of this year and our 3-year and 5-year targets are off, then we adjust those targets based on what's happened. We establish targets based on trend data. Like Kay said, we almost always try to have 5 years worth of trend data for all of our measures, and environmental scanning, but we also try to find best performing peers, because that's our stretch goal. We want to perform as well or better as our best performing peers. We also look at the performance of our competitors. As Steve mentioned, we have lots and lots of competitors in our service area. Students have lots of choices. So we want to look at the data of our competitors, and then using all of that information and some negotiation and discussion, we set our targets for short range, mid range, and long range. I'll show you another example for an area that's really important to us, the number of contact hours we generate through online classes. And you can see that we've got 1 year, 3 year, and 5 years out. And as you can tell, this is a really aggressive set of targets, because we know what we're doing as an institution. We know the strategic actions that we've taken, so we're setting our targets accordingly. Another measure is the percent of students retained through the semester in credit classes. This is actually in-class retention. And you can see what we've set for short-term and long-term. And this is the kind of a measure that you can't just keep incrementally going up, because we know that every semester there's a certain number of students who will drop out, and that's healthy. But we want to determine what our best performance should be and keep it at that level. Another important part of our approaches is in our information management system are the major surveys that we use. Every year we administer one major survey to our students and to our faculty and staff. And I won't go into detail on all of these surveys, because I'm sure most of you are very familiar with them. The CESI, Community College Survey of Student Engagement, or if you're with the university, the NESI, the Noel Levitt Student Satisfaction Inventory. And then for our employees, we do the Campus Quality Survey put out by Performance Horizons. This survey was developed by ex-employees of the Noel Levitts, so it looks very much like the Noel Levitts. Similar questions, the layout is the same, with importance and satisfaction ratings for each survey item. And then finally, in the off years that we don't do the Campus Quality Survey, we assess deployment of our Thunder values. So those are the 4 surveys that we use every year, and or every other year, for our employees and our faculty and staff and our students. And then our departments all do point of service surveys, our student services departments. And my office usually doesn't handle those point of service surveys. We may help them design a survey, but the departments use those surveys to make just-in-time improvements to the services that they offer the students. And our approaches with regard to our major surveys are to, like I said, administer one major survey every year. And it's important to segment and analyze that segmentation for all of the surveys. It's hard to really get a handle on what's going on if you don't segment the data. We look for themes across the surveys. It's pretty amazing. I have found that our students and our faculty and staff tend to tell us the same sorts of things. One year our students didn't rate us too well in terms of communication. Well, guess what? Our faculty and staff didn't think that we communicated all that well either. So that was a theme that cut across all the surveys. So that lets you know that's something critical that you really need to do something about. When we write up our surveys, we never distribute the report if without an action plan to improve those areas that need improvement. I think that's really important. You have to always have a plan in mind to address performance gaps. The reports that we produce are always user-friendly, and I'll show you some examples of various reports we produce. I think it's important that reports that my office put out be attractively packaged. People tend to read reports that are pretty. Whether it's right or wrong, it's just the truth. And if it's pretty, they'll open it up and they'll take a look at it. And so I'm lucky enough to have somebody in my office who is very good at design, and she has an eye for color because I'm not good at that at all, and she always manages to design our reports in such a way that we get lots of compliments and people tend to read them. We distribute our reports widely. We distribute them in hard copy. We take them to various work groups and VP councils and discuss the findings. We post all of our reports on the intranet, the college intranet, and then we let the employees know that it's out there and the link they can go to find it. And then, of course, I mentioned we have other departmental surveys, and from time to time, if they want to see trends or if they want a special report prepared, we do that for the various student services departments as well. Okay, so we have all these approaches. How do we deploy these approaches? One of the ways we deploy approaches is through our organizational action plans. Whoops. Didn't mean to do that. Okay. Our organizational actions are those that are developed by the senior leadership. And an organizational action plan is developed if there is a performance gap from our end-of-year report. The measurement system that I showed you originally when the presentation started, from that measurement system, we produce an end-of-year report analyzing each and every measure in the document. We look at performance to target, whether we met the target, whether we didn't, and what might have happened that helped us to meet that target or not. And so one reason for an organizational action is if we have a gap in performance from our end-of-year report or from a national survey that I mentioned earlier, or benchmarking. Another reason for an organizational action might be a state, district-wide, or our own community college district initiative. And an example of that would be the Closing the Gaps initiative by the state of Texas. We would need an organizational action to make sure that Richland is addressing the Closing the Gaps initiative by the state of Texas. Another reason is the strategic college-wide initiative. Steve mentioned earlier Green Richland. That was completely initiated at the college level. The state did not mandate that. Our district did not mandate that. That was a college-wide initiative. And so we have an organizational action plan to address that initiative. All of our organizational actions have to have supporting departmental actions to make them happen. And I wanted to show you the cover of our organizational actions document. We compile all of our organizational actions. They cover a 5-year period. And we put the document out on our intranet, and we also distribute hard copies. And this is another example of an attractive presentation. It makes people want to open it up and take a look at it. And once you open up the document, this is what one of the pages looks like. And we follow the color coding in this document. You see the purple for the goals, the green for the KPIs, the black for the measures, and for organizational actions, they're orange. Okay, I mentioned to you that organizational actions have to have supporting departmental actions. Departments and work units initiate departmental actions.
And they can initiate a departmental action for two reasons. One would be in support of an organizational action. But a department might see a performance gap or a need within their own department that doesn't affect the institution as a whole, and they want to write an action plan to address that particular situation. So those are the two reasons. Departments only have to respond to organizational actions that relate to their area. You don't have to write a departmental action just for some bureaucratic reason. It has to be for an organizational action that is pertinent to your area. If there are none out there and you're lucky one year, then you're off the hook for writing departmental actions. Kay's mentioned to you we have process improvement plans, our PIIPs. I think Steve mentioned this too. This is an 8-step process that we have to document implementation of a new process or to improve an existing process. And she showed you the 8-step plan where we identify our need, assign ownership, identify root cause, develop the solution, pilot or implement the approach, measure impact, disseminate results, and evaluate the process. This follows our approach: deploy, learn, integrate. We also have a benchmarking process. And by the way, for our departmental actions, our PIIPs, and our benchmarking process, we have forms for all of these. And I think Kay mentioned that there's a link out there. You can go and see the forms. But the reason we have these forms is Richland had so many informal things going on. Nothing was ever documented. Nothing was written down. And you would spend a solid hour in a meeting trying to recall, did we do a certain thing? And if we did it work out or did it not? And who was responsible for it? And sometimes we could remember correctly, sometimes we couldn't. But if you have it documented, you have it stored, you've got a historical reference, sometimes a hysterical reference, and it's easier to keep track and you don't waste a lot of time. So for benchmarking, we also have a form. And what we've done with benchmarking is we've got a full-time administrator who part of her responsibility is to do benchmarking investigation. So if we identify an area where we really need to do some benchmarking, and I'll throw one out there, developmental reading. We need to improve our developmental reading. This person will spend time calling people that we've identified in the research office as outperforming us, and we get data on this from the National Community College Benchmark Project. And she will make phone calls, she will try to talk to the right people, she'll find out, what are you doing that we're not doing? And then she'll make the determination, is this worth following up on? If it is worth following up on, then she refers it to the content specialist, which might be our developmental reading coordinator, and they go further with it. But it keeps the developmental reading coordinator from wasting time trying to follow up on this when they really don't have the time to do it. And she has a lot of experience in instruction and in student services, so she's able to ask some really good questions and make that determination as to whether we should move forward with it or not. If we decide to move forward with doing a formal benchmark, that developmental reading coordinator has to fill out a form that documents the whole activity. And so the purpose, this doesn't always work, but the purpose of this is so that we standardize this institutional process, and we're investigating not only best practices, because sometimes best practices are hard to come by, but we're looking for better practices. They may not be the best in the nation, but if they're better than us, they're worth learning from. So we don't just limit it to best practices, we also look at better practices. And within this form, we propose the best or better practice. We accept it for further research and review. We assign it to a process owner, and then based on what the process owner tells us in the form, we either accept it, adopt it, revise it, or reject it. And whatever happens, they have to document the reasons in this form. So it's been a big improvement for us, and this is something we've been doing the last couple of years, and it's really been helpful. Okay, the Thundering Report is our monthly report card that several people have mentioned in their presentations. And you may wonder why it's called the Thundering Report. I told you that we refer to this data analysis we do as peeling the onion. And you know that the thunder duck is our mascot. So we decided to put the two words together, thunder and onion, and we came up with Thunion. And the Thunion is our monthly report card, and this is the cover of it for April 2007. So every month we look at this document, and it has 3 layers to it. And this is the top layer, our dashboard. Once again, you see our color coding. Purple for the goals. And we have an overall score for the college in April. I believe that says 9.4. And we use a stoplight. A green light means we're performing exactly as we expected. It's A-OK. A yellow light means we're not quite where we expected, but we're at least at an 8.5 to an 8.9. And by the way, the scale is 0 to 10. Then we have a score for each of our strategic planning priorities. And you can see for April we were doing pretty well. We had green lights all up and down. We weight our priorities for importance. For us, the priority with the most important weight is ensure student success, 35%. And then just as a point of reference, because people kept asking me, I include the previous month's score and then the end of year, most recent end of year score. This is the second layer. This shows a score for each of our 16 key performance indicators, and this is just the first few. By the way, you can see copies of our Thunion reports too. I believe that link is in your packet. Once again, we've got the stop lights, and we've got mostly green lights, but you see a couple of red lights there. All of our key performance indicators are also weighted for importance. And you've got the previous month's score and the end of year score. This is our third layer. This third layer has a score, performance score for each of our institutional measures, and they're linked to their strategic planning priority and their KPI. And like the priorities and the KPIs, they're all weighted for importance. We've got the performance score, the previous month, and the end of year score. Okay, all of this is just an Excel spreadsheet, and very, very simple. The report, the Thunion report, is populated from this raw data sheet. And on the raw data sheet, you've got each of the measures. We've got the target, which I believe, as Jean told you, we consider 90% to 100% to be within our range of tolerance. So we've got the range of tolerance here. You've got the raw performance. So whatever the raw data is, you've got the raw performance. And then a score, a raw score is computed. And then there's an adjusted score next to it. There's an adjusted score because if we perform over and above 10, we adjust that score back down to 10. We don't want overperformance in one area to mask underperformance in another area. Also, if we score below 0, we adjust that score back up to 0 for the same reason. On this sheet, I have little comments, and by the way, the senior leadership gets this sheet along with the Thunion report. I show little comments. For example, throughout the year, the data is prorated because a lot of the targets are based on 12 months. So I'll prorate it, and then in the comment box, I tell the leadership how much it's prorated so they see how far along we are in the year. And plus, just the comments provide extra information that they might need while they're reviewing the data. And just using the examples that I used before when I was showing you the measures and targets document, Here's the contact hours from dual credit and tech prep. You can see that for 06-07, our goal was 207,000 to 230,000 contact hours. As of April, we already had 200,944. Prorated, that gave us a score of 10.92. We adjusted that score back down to 10. For our number of online contact hours, we're not quite where we want to be. We're at 7.77, which would be the red light stage. So as of April 2007, we just haven't gotten where we thought we would be in online contact hours. However, we're hoping with the summer contact hours, it'll bring us up within our range of tolerance. And retention, we're within our range of tolerance because we're at a 9.97. So performance is okay for that particular measure. And when I input the data, by the way, on that raw data sheet, it's all linked to the Thunion report. So it automatically populates the Thunion report. So I'm only doing data entry in one area. And as you may have figured out, not every measure changes every month. So some months all the measures change, but some months just a few measures change. So depending on the month, there may not be that much work to do. All right, let's look at our results and key learnings. At the end of the year, we produced an end-of-year report analyzing performance to target on all of the measures that I've shown you. And this is the cover for our latest end-of-year report. This is the first page, and it's looking at one of the measures I've used as an example, which is the dual credit contact hours. We've carried over the stoplight for this report, but we've added a stoplight. If by the end of the year we are performing above target, we add a blue stoplight. And we've got the trend data down here. We compare to our peers to show that we're catching up. This yellow bar shows one of our best performing peers, but if you look at it over time, we're the purple, I believe. We're closing the gap. So that's the target we're aiming for, is that best performing peer. And up here it tells the target, actual performance, and then the percent of target. Now I'm going to show you an area where we did not meet our target, and that is our service area market share. We didn't do as well as we expected. We had a pretty aggressive goal for ourselves, and we didn't make it. So by the end of the year, we still had a red light. Down here, I've got data, trend data by ethnic group. And then at the very bottom, what you will see is a reference to our organizational action plan that we've put in place to address this performance gap. So if you're reviewing this document on the internet, you just click on that, and it will take you to the organizational action plan that's related to closing that gap. And this is just showing you the organizational action plan page it would take you to. Okay, one of the biggest things that I personally learned when we started using the Baldrige criteria was how to look for comparative information and to benchmark, and particularly to benchmark outside of higher education. I think that was the most difficult thing for all of us to learn. I was just thoroughly convinced that there's no way that higher ed could learn from any institution outside of higher ed at all, and I was terribly wrong, and I'm the first one to say it. And this is a list of some of the organizations we benchmarked against and the activities that we benchmarked, and I'll just point out a few of them. Texas Nameplate, which is a small business in South Dallas, I believe they are 3-time Baldrige recipients. Am I correct?
Two national, one state.
Okay. Well, they're Baldrige recipients, and they're a very high-performing organization. We visited them, and we saw how they were using their stoplights to keep their employees informed as to how their company was performing. We decided that's a really good way to do it, because the employees don't have to understand the underlying metrics. They really don't need to or want to understand that. They just want to see a green light there. And then they know everything's okay. And so we got our idea to use the stoplights from Texas nameplate. The Walt Disney Company, they participated in Sequin, and our director of HR took a team to take a look at their new employee orientation, because they have an outstanding new employee orientation. Our HR director got a lot of good ideas, came back, completely redesigned our new employee orientation, and it became an award-winning new employee orientation. And we're sort of in a cycle now. We're trying to revise it even more, but we have a really good new employee orientation, I have to say. And we got that idea from Walt Disney. Branch Smith Printing, once again a small business Baldrige Award recipient. We did not have a supplier partner scorecard. We had never even thought about a supplier partner scorecard, quite frankly. But when you think about it, with a college, your suppliers and your partners are critical. Your bookstores, your cafeteria manager, even the person who, the company that stocks your vending machines. It's important that those relationships be good. So we borrowed the format of Branch Smith Printing's supplier partner scorecard. St. Luke's Hospital. We got the idea for our performance excellence model from St. Luke's Hospital. So we've learned a lot from organizations that are outside of higher ed. And I wanted to mention just some types of analysis that we do, and I'm sure a lot of this is similar to what goes on at your colleges. We do enrollment projections. We do daily registration comparative reports, and I'm going to show you an example of that in just a minute. We do facility use reports for scheduling effectiveness. We feel that it's really important to be good stewards of the taxpayers' money. So we want to make sure that we are using our facility as efficiently as possible. And we also want to make sure that if we go to the taxpayers and tell them we need money for a new building, we can document that, because we have the evidence that we're doing everything we can with our existing facility. And so I think we do a really good job of monitoring our facility use and using it to the utmost. We do a discipline and program review every year, and Jean has already talked to you about that. We do several kinds of market share analysis. We know what percentage of our recent high school graduates in our service area that we think we ought to have. We know what percent of our service area that's 18 years old and older that we think we ought to have, and we know that by ethnicity. And then we do trended grade distribution reports. Steve mentioned that earlier. We segment that all kinds of different ways so it's usable by faculty. We do survey results with themes and next steps based on the major surveys that I mentioned to you earlier. And then we do monthly employee diversity reports. We set goals for ourselves in terms of employee diversity by employee type. And so every month we monitor that to make sure that we're on target. And by the way, back to the monthly monitoring. Someone asked me one time, well, isn't that a lot of trouble? Why would you want to monitor this monthly? My position is if you wait till the end of the year, it's too late. Because if you monitor it monthly, any of these goals and measures that we have, if you're doing monthly monitoring and you're off target, you can take action to get back on target. If you wait till the end of the year, or if you wait 6 months through the year, it's too late. So I think it's critical that you monitor these things monthly.
Fonda, do you do cumulative and also as you go along?
Do what?
Do you do cumulative monitoring then with the monthly?
Oh, yes, it's cumulative. Yes, it is. It's a good question. Okay, this is an example of our daily enrollment comparison report. What we're doing here, we're comparing our performance this year compared to the same time last year, and also against our sister colleges. And this goes out to all the employees, and during registration, everybody anxiously awaits this report. And we do this every day during registration. One of the main things they're looking at here is our piece of the pie. What was our piece of the pie last term, last spring, and what is our piece of the pie this year? It's because we get one pot of money from the state, and based on competitive enrollment, that it depends on how large our piece of that funding is. So what everybody's looking for is that our piece of the pie is bigger than it was last time, or at least the same. Because if it's smaller, it means we're not going to get as much money. And that's just real easy for people to understand, too. We have made a real strategic push in the area of distance learning. And this is a chart that shows how our contact hours have grown in distance learning. We are doing intensive professional development of our faculty, and I think Jean has mentioned that. And we're doing a lot of environmental scanning to see what seems to be successful in distance learning and what's not. So this is something we monitor every semester. And then when we offer distance learning, some of the faculty have had concerns that quality will suffer. So we do these comparisons to make sure that retention and success rates are similar to classes that are offered on campus. And you can see over time, the whole concept has changed. It used to be that distance learning for students was the course of last resort. That's what students took when there was nothing else open. That's completely changed. It's become, at least at our college, the course of first choice. So you get a different kind of student when that happens. And as a result, they're more successful. Okay, how do we integrate and share key learnings? We share learnings by posting all of our PIIP documents, benchmarking reports, all of our QEP activities and reports. We post all of our executive summaries and our next steps for all of our major surveys, and employees get emails letting them know how they can find these reports. Every month we post our monthly Thunion report card, and some vice presidents like Jean literally print out a hard copy and go over with their deans the report card the same way the senior leadership has gone over it every month. Not all of the vice presidents choose to do that, but Jean is one who does. But even if your vice president doesn't, it's out there on the internet for every employee to view. And then we post and make available our annual end-of-year report to all of our employees. Lessons to share. Like Kay said, closing that loop is probably the hardest thing to do. We use a cycle we call ADLI, Approach, Deploy, Learn, Integrate. You don't need to call it the same thing, you don't need to refer to it the same way, but it's important that you do something like that to make sure your organization closes the loop. As we've mentioned numerous times, we are data informed, we are not data driven. We measure what is key. Now, when I say that, we measure, in this particular system, what's key at the institutional level. Departments measure what's key to that department. We segment for greater understanding. It's hard to take action if you don't really understand the data you're looking at. We have user-friendly reports. We benchmark best practices, and I can't emphasize that enough. That's really important. Take action. You have to take action. If you have a finding, if you've uncovered an opportunity for improvement at your organization, you have to take action. And then finally, evaluate. Thank you for your attention. I know it's been a long day. Does anybody Have any questions for the three of us? Oh, I did want to mention something. I always forget to do this. I've had people say to me, this looks overwhelming. How long did it take to do this? It took a long time. We developed this process incrementally. And so don't be overwhelmed by thinking that this is just too much to develop. Just take it one step at a time. Start at the beginning, decide what's important to your organization, decide how you can measure that, and then add on to it each year. We did not do it in one day, I can promise you, or 1 year. Don't be shy.
I have a question from someone who joined us by the internet, if I may.
Okay.
And Jean, this will probably go to you.
All right.
It says, please describe your student orientation process, specifically addressing the following questions. How do you conduct orientation for traditional as well as online students? Do you address at-risk issues in your orientation classes? If so, what data do you collect to measure the effectiveness of orientation instruction in regard to student persistence rates? And who teaches orientation at Richland?
That's a multi-layered question.
That's a lot of questions.
Let me see if I can remember enough of it. We have an online orientation for online students. We are very committed to online students having the same services that face-to-face students have. We have put our Phi Theta Kappa online, our Honor Society. We're going to put more of our student clubs. So, as I said, orientation needs to be a part of what our online students have. We also have a readiness that students take a self-survey before they sign up for online to give them a score to see if they're really ready to take online. So that's the piece there. The students that are face-to-face have an orientation that's a short orientation when they are advised and register. It's just a short one that is actually there on the premises. For students that are at risk, we have a human and academic development course that they take. It's a semester-long course that is taught by a human development teacher or one of our counselors. What are the other questions did I cover?
At-risk issue. Do you address at-risk issues in your orientation classes? I'm not sure what they mean by that, but...
Well, the special class that we have for at-risk students, the human development class.
All right, good. I think you've covered it.
Okay, thank you.
I've got a quick question for Fonda. This is actually a really detailed level, but on the third level of your Thunion report, I noticed one of the columns has person who is assigned responsibility.
Right.
Measure. What does that mean?
We put that on there to show where we're getting the data from. It's either the individual or the department. And really that's kind of outmoded. When we started doing this, a number of the measures I had to get from individuals. Most of the measures I retrieve myself from colleague. But in the instance when I can't get to it, sometimes we have to get it from an individual person. For example, the number of work days lost to workman's comp claims. That's not out there on our system. I have to contact somebody in our HR department. She compiles that and sends it to me. And so that's what that's for.
Okay.
I have a question about how achieving measures or how the measures affect individual performance. Is there any tie to any kind of performance measures for individuals on any of the achieving any measures or achieving any of the standards?
Are you talking about staff?
Individual.
About staff,
executive.
Staff?
Yes. How does this tie to individual performance, or does it?
One of the things that we've been very careful to say as we've worked with our faculty and staff on program development and program review and so forth is that the information that we're getting is for us to improve and not to prove. And so it's critical that faculty don't think that we're out to prove or catch somebody. So it is used for improvement, and it's done, from a group, from a discipline. So as opposed to an individual, we let them see where they are in the whole group, but the idea is for everybody to work together to improve. So it's not tied to their evaluation as such. It's tied to the discipline.
Do they have individual performance objectives that tie to the department objectives that tie?
Yes,
They do have those, okay.
Yes, they
That's
do.
in our performance excellence model. You might not have recognized it because it says IAP, but your IAP should theoretically link back to your departmental action plan, which links back to the organizational action plan and so forth.
Now, let me make just a couple of closing things, a couple of reminders. There was a flyer for you on the table there if you didn't happen to pick one up on the Quality Texas Quest Conference, which will be held at the end of this month, the 25th and 26th at Horseshoe Bay, I think just kind of the west of here. And there'll be a number of presentations, particularly of our interest, I think, will be those by Northwest Vista College. And there'll be other Baldrige winners as well as Quality Texas winners who will be presenting, so I encourage you to think about that. Also, as a reminder, and it's been referred to, but wonderful resources available to you are the Quality Texas website and the NIST or Baldrige website, and both of those are listed in your flyers and on Steve's and my presentation. On those, you have fully completed applications of the winners, and I think Kay, you mentioned that, which are tremendous resources to really see how folks flesh these things out and to see how they've taken the criteria, not prescriptively, but diagnostically, and then how they've addressed those points. And there are really some excellent best practices there to look at and to learn from. Also, Vonda mentioned that this can be overwhelming. Both the Quality Texas and now Baldrige to a lesser extent. The Quality Texas has a progress level, which is sort of a baby step to take to begin thinking about this, so you're not immersed in the criteria all at one time. Baldrige has a series of questions related to that, but I really think that the Quality Texas one is a little bit better developed because the Baldrige is really oriented more toward the full application. So there's another aspect that you might want to look at just for beginning to sort of take some baby steps. So let's thank Steve and Vonda and Jean and Kay for their time and being with us today. And thanks also to the coordinating board for hosting this forum, and thanks for those of you who joined us by the internet. And thank you very much. And Janice, you have a comment you'd like to?
I was just going to thank you for moderating, and as well as thanking the participants on the panel. And we want to thank everybody who did come. You really paid good attention, and there was a lot for us to learn. I know I've got a lot of ideas. I'm sure you do too. And I know we'll see fruit from this effort. If you ever have any ideas for other conferences that you'd like to see us do on excellence, we'd be happy to hear your suggestions. And thanks, everybody.
Good. Okay. Very good. Thank you. Appreciate it, Kate, very much.
Moderating for us.